Yo, what up, Ronan? There's gonna be an ad right off the bat, and then if you can still hear me, there's gonna be an ad, and then we'll jump into the grind.
Okay.
You're back. Yeah, so I was trying to say right before it happened that at the beginning of my streams, right off the bat, I play my first ad. So while people are getting, started into the stream and people are trickling in, I get the first ad out of the way. So the pre-rolls are turned off. Um, so I was trying to pre-warn you that there's gonna be an ad, and then once the ad's over, I typically get into the conversations and whatnot. Usually I sit here and eat food for a little bit while we hang out. I need to go find my phone. Give me a second. Yeah, one of the things that I dislike when I'm like joining streams or if I'm like going to watch someone stream or something is they turn their stream on and then they have a starting soon screen, which is fine. I have no problems with like starting soon screens. What I have a problem with is they have like a 20 to 30 minute time period of a starting soon screen, which is just a little obnoxious. If you're gonna wait 20 to 30 minutes to actually be at your computer, you should have waited 15 minutes to start your stream. Like I would say max a starting screen should be max of like 15 minutes, right? You start your stream and you're getting like you're finishing grabbing your food or a drink or whatever. Maybe you have to go to the bathroom. I could see like 15 minutes max, right? Because you want people to trickle in before you sit down and you start streaming, right? But anything past 15 minutes, I think, is a little much. Like stretching it to 20 minutes is like, okay, that's a little long. But anything past that, it's like, bro, you should have just waited. Right. Um, but that's like I don't have a starting stream, right? Because I don't really like starting my stream and then waiting 20 minutes to come sit down on my computer. When I turn my stream on, I'm sitting down to play games. So I have the soonest I can have my ads play is 5 minutes. So typically I start the stream, go and grab a drink, go pee, maybe grab my food or whatever. So it's like 5 minutes, right? So basically the ad starts, the 3 minute ad plays, pre-rolls are off, and then I sit down to eat my food, have conversations with whoever trickles in while we're waiting on the rest of the people, and then we get into the grind. That's usually how I have mine set up because I don't use a whole lot of transition screens or starting screens or ending screens or anything like that. I have bare bones, bare basic stuff that it's just me and you guys. Especially since I don't have a camera, I try to be very vocal. There are days where I'm really meh. Like today might be one of those because I didn't sleep very well again. But I try to be very vocal. I try to talk a lot, and a lot of times it's just me ranting about things that annoy the crap out of me. But it is what it is. I was late today because um the wife was outside, hanging out, just chilling because she likes to sit outside. And there was a graduation across the street that a bunch of kids were over there all day, so it was whatever. But there is a house, a couple houses down from us, that's like a renter house. So people rent the house, and so on and so forth. And the people that have been renting the house recently are kind of troublemakers. So the short of it is, they ended up jumping this boy and girl that were walking by their house today, and the cops got called. So it was like a 3 hour just out there, talking to the cops and stuff. Yeah, I don't know what prompted it, what happened, but from what I saw or what the wife explained to me was this boy and girl, they live like at the end of the neighborhood from us. They walk to the park and they walk home pretty much every day. They do it all the time. And I guess there was another person that made a comment that he saw the boy and girl walking towards their house, which they had to walk past the renter's house to get to it. And he literally walked up to my wife and said, "Hey, hold my dog." Because he had a feeling something bad was going to happen, because I guess earlier or previously, the renters had like a confrontation with these people, with these two kids. Like they were harassing them and surrounding them and, just being bad, right? What up, Tover? Um, so he went to go and intervene and make sure nothing happened. And by the time he gave the dog to my wife and ran down there, literally running, they had already chucked a ball at the boy's face, hit him in the face, knocked him to the ground, were beating him up, and pinned the girl to the ground and were kicking the crap out of her. So he dragged the girl away and, got the boy away and everything, and they were threatening to shoot the guy and all this other crazy nonsense, and then the cop showed up within like 10 minutes, and it was fucked, bro. Absolutely fucked. I'm telling you right now, they're very lucky I was asleep. Very, very lucky I was asleep. That's one thing you do not do to me, is threaten me. Like the guy that helped, that guy that wouldn't helped out, I think he just let, water off the duck's back, just whatever, right? They're like, "Oh, you came on our property, we're gonna shoot you, blah, blah, blah." Let me tell you, if that was me, I'd have called him out right then and there. I'd have called him out in a heartbeat. I'd have beat the absolute fuck out of these kids. I don't care if they're in high school. You want to talk to me like you're a grown ass man? I'll treat you like a grown ass man. And the funny thing is they were such bitches about the whole situation. They didn't even do like a 1v1 kind of fight. It was like 15 on 1. Like the girl was pinned to the ground by another girl, and the guys were kicking the girl while she was pinned to the ground. And then they sucker punched the boy with a ball from distance before it all happened. Bro, it was fucked. Bro, that's the thing, Ronan. So we talk about stuff like this all the time on stream. Like just real world, just bullshit. I am a whole, like, 100% believer that every action has a consequence. And the problem nowadays with a lot of kids growing up is they don't uh they don't get punished, penalized or whatever for the consequences they do. They're just like, "Okay, Johnny, we know we're not supposed to put hands on people. Don't do that again. Johnny, come on, I've told you 1,000 times. We know you're not supposed to hit people. Please stop." Like, they don't actually punish these kids. And they think suspending them from school for 5 days is a punishment, but it's not. These kids, the renters, they were walking by our house the other day, bragging that they haven't been to a full week of school all year long. Like, they never go to school. So, do you think suspending them is going to do anything? So, they need to truly have consequences. And kids like that think it's okay to jump other people, like if it's a 1v1 fight and it's, if they know it's going to happen, it's not like a sucker punch, okay, I'll let it happen, man. There's a reason for it, sure, whatever. But if you 2v1, 3v1, 15v1, there's a problem, right? That's when I usually jump in. Like when I grew up in high school, anytime I saw something that was unfair or unjust, I was the one that would jump in, and I was the bully's bully. I beat the fuck out of the bullies. But they need to face consequences, because you let someone get away with something as crazy as like robbing a bank. Like, hey, you know, you're not supposed to rob banks. Don't do that again. Do you think they're going to stop robbing a bank? Do you think if they run somebody over with their car and they kill them and they don't face consequences, that they're just going to keep doing it or not? Like, bro, today we went to Sam's Club. Hold on, before we keep going. Pip, welcome in. Tover, welcome in. Mate, welcome in. Sorry, I'm kind of ranting right now. I'm explaining why I was late, just an FYI. That's what I'm saying, Tover. If someone told me that they would shoot me because I came on their parking lot or on their property, I'd have called them out and I'd have beat the absolute fuck out of them. You gotta talk like a man, I'm gonna treat you like a man. But we were at Sam's Club today, and this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about, right? Simple shit that people think is acceptable, right? There was this lady. She had a big cart full of food. She had an employee following her with another big cart full of food. And I think there was 2 other people with 2 other big ass carts full of food following them. And they're walking. They walk in front of us. They go down like 2 aisles. And you know how like parking lots, you know how they like have the front. Let me pull up the paint really quick. So if we were to like try and make a quick little thing, like this is the front of the store, right? And then like this is like people driving in front of the store. And this is like people come out of the store and they're like walking, right? And then like there's like a pathway here, and there's another pathway here, and so on and so forth, right? Well, we're parked here, we're waiting for them to walk by us. And they're walking, and we're driving behind them because there's other cars coming on this side. And they're walking, and she stops right fucking here. Lets go of her cart and parks it in the middle of this T intersection. So no one can drive past it. No one can turn in or out of this area. And she just starts walking, digging through her purse, just walking. And the guy that was following her, the employee, is standing next to this cart like, bro, what do I do? She just left her cart and she's just walking down the parking lot. Like, I'm telling you right now, if I was a car right here and I was trying to leave and you parked that in front of my car, I would have got out and I would have chucked your entire cart on the ground and left it on the floor and drove off. And that's what I'm talking about, Tover. It's stupid shit like that. You have zero common sense, zero courtesy, and zero like idea of anything other than what is you, right? You think the world revolves around your bitch ass and you can do anything you want because you never get told you're doing anything wrong. You never face any consequences. Everybody just like, oh well, I don't want to deal with this, so they go around, right? They just do their own thing. They don't want to get in trouble themselves. They don't want to cause any problems. They don't want to deal with it. So they ignore it and they just go away. Bro, those people need to face a consequence, even if it's something as silly as I literally dump their cart out in the middle of the fucking intersection and I drive off. Because now she has to come in, she has to pick her cart up, she has to put all of her stuff back in her cart, and now she's even pissing off even more people because she's blocking the intersection even more. Now she's embarrassed, and now she's upset. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of shit you need to do to people. And it gets even worse when you talk about people driving, bro. People don't know how to fucking drive. A garden in a war. True. But I don't know, man. I'm a 100% believer in treat others how you want to be treated. And if you're going to do that to people, if you're going to waste other people's time and be inconsiderate of other people around you, I'm going to treat you just the same. Bro, Ronan, I'm not even exaggerating. Okay, so we're driving down the road the other day. This is like 2 days ago. We were going to go to Home Depot. We were driving down the road and We're driving up to a red light, and there's a guy in the left lane. And go straight, not the turn lane, but like the left straight lane. And he's pulled all the way up to the crosswalk. This motherfucker decides he didn't want to wait at the light, so he cuts straight across to the right, across 3 lanes of traffic, and takes a right from the far left lane, driving through the crosswalk to take a right. We pull up to the red light. I'm like, oh, that was fucking crazy, right? So we're sitting there at the light, and then before our light turns green, this motherfucker comes out from the same area and then turns right again to start going straight where we're about to go. So we're driving straight, and he pulls out without even stopping. He literally didn't even stop, even though he had a red light. He pulled straight out right next to us and then cut us off, got all the way into the left lane, got to the next light, got into the left turn lane, and started to turn into the crosswalk while he had a fucking red light. I thought he was going to pull a U-turn on a red light. And so he finally stops halfway through the fucking the crosswalk into the other oncoming traffic. And we pull it next to him because of the double turn lane. And we're like, okay, is this guy going to do a U-turn? What the fuck? Instead, when the light turns green, he cuts across diagonally, doing the turn like you're supposed to, not a U-turn. Guns it in front of us. And then he sees a stop sign. And then when he gets to the stop sign, and then he takes a left from the right lane, like without even looking to see if anybody's there, doesn't even stop at the stop sign. Bro, it's just people can't fucking drive. I swear to fucking God. I swear, man. I know, that's why you just need fucking cameras, man. Need cameras. Oh yeah, Tover, I can promise you, people that went to my school, I don't think there was a single person in that school that didn't learn to get punched in the mouth for doing something stupid. I'm gonna allow this message, but I will say, I haven't read your message yet, but just the word you used, immigrants. I don't have a problem with immigrants specifically. I don't care if you come from another country. I don't care where you're from, where you've been, how you got here, why you got here. I care about your person. I care about your personality. I care about your consideration of other people, following the law, the rules, the regulations, being considerate of other people, being just an overall just genuinely good person. Being an immigrant doesn't matter to me. Well, let me read your message first. Oh, yeah, so I agree. I don't know how they get a driver's license. They're illegal. They somehow can walk into a DMV and get a driver's license without even doing anything. And they don't even have a green card or a visa or anything like that. It's fucking crazy. And they don't even know the rules of the road. They just do whatever they want. Stop signs don't apply to them. Roundabouts aren't a thing. Red lights, what is that? Yeah, I mean, so there are some people, some cultures, some, places that are great, that have great respect for other people. But there's other places, like you said, that the culture and the way that they grow up is very not friendly. I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, they're not very respectful of other people. They kind of they're out for themselves, right? Because like we have Ukrainian neighbors. They're the nicest people. Absolutely nicest people. We talk to them all the time. We hang out with them all the time. couple houses down, we got a bunch of Indians. Um, I think they're from India, but whatever. I don't know where they're from. I don't know, whatever. I just know that they have the little red dots, right? And they wear the Indian clothes. They do the Indian like holidays and stuff like that. Nice people. Love them. Great people. Their kids are hilarious. A little a little inconsiderate of leaving their toys all over the front yard and their bikes and their scooters and stuff. Like they don't pick up after themselves, but great people. Um, but the renters are from Somalia. And not, like I said, nothing against people from Somalia. I don't know anybody really except for the renters. But ever since those people have moved in, they've been a problem. Like I said, I don't know if it's a culture thing. I don't know if it's where they grew up, the way they were raised, lack of parenting. I don't know what it is, but they're terrible kids. Absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible kids. And the parents are just very unfriendly. Like, they never say hi, they never wave, they just ignore everybody. I don't fucking know, man. It's night and day. Like, the Indian people are super nice. The Ukrainian people, super nice. The Somalian people, super rude. Like I said, I don't care where you're from. Like, I guarantee you there's tons of very nice, enjoyable Somalian people. Like I said, I'm not saying you're a bad person because you're from Somalia. I'm just saying that the renters that are renting down the street that had the cops called on them for beating the shit out of two people today, they're all Somalian and they're all rude as hell. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. What was? Wait, when was the update, mate? Is it the more? Is it the one from the other day, or did they do one today? Wait, what do all kids do, Topher? What did I miss? Sorry. I mean, the Somalian people here speak English. That's perfectly fine. Like, they speak English, but they just don't. They're not friendly. So these are the same people that I told you a while back. They were walking by our house, drinking. I don't know. They had drinks in plastic cups or whatever. There was a group of like girls, and while they were passing in front of our house, one of the girls finished her drink, so she just stopped on the sidewalk and put her empty plastic cup in our yard and just walked off. Like, that's how inconsiderate and rude these people are. Oh, it was like 12 hours. Oh, okay. What was the update? I mean, you're not wrong, Tober. Kids do leave stuff in the yard, but it's because their parents don't make them clean up after themselves or teach them. It's a parenting thing, right? If your parents are on your ass and make you clean up after yourself when you're done playing, or at least when you're done for the day and you're going to go get ready for bed, and you pick up your toys. You don't leave them out overnight in the yard, out at the end of the street, in the driveway. It's on the parent to teach the kid to do that. Oh yeah, Rift, right? Someone gets, yeah. That's so. It's funny. I was saying that the other day, Tover. Is have tempted sometimes just to take their toys and put them in my garage. Be like, oh, I don't know. Saw someone come up and just steal it, just so they learn that if you leave your shit out, people are gonna take it. I know if I had a kid and I spent a couple $100 on a bike for them, or a scooter or some toys, and they just left it out in the middle of the yard for the sprinklers to to ruin them, or people to steal it or whatever. I know if I had a kid that did that, they wouldn't get toys, and I would take them from them. I would literally take their toy, put it in the car, and I would bring it to the donation place, and I would donate their toy. I'm not gonna buy you nice things for you to treat it like shit. Oh yeah, Ronan. When I was I think I was like 15 or 16. Sorry, I just finished my food. I had my bike out front of my house, and it wasn't like I left it out there. I was riding my bike. I went inside to get a drink, and my bike just went poof. And a week later, I see someone riding it. Bro, I ripped that fucking kid off my bike so goddamn fast. Let's just say I got my bike back. I was pissed. How you gonna come into my yard in the middle of the day when I go in to get a drink and steal my bike? Like, that's some bitch shit. If you're gonna steal my bike like that, at least do it in front of me and fight me for it. Like, at least fight me for it. Like, don't be a bitch about it. Like, seriously, if you're gonna be a thief, at least fight me for it. Like, holy fuck. Throw some balls. Like, Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not about fighting. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to fight. I don't want to beat the shit out of people or get my ass beat or anything, but like, don't be a bitch. Like, it's not that hard. Catch up with it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I saw you said cooking mastery, and then the way to help cooking mastery, and the Salt Lick research thing or some shit. But it only took you like 5 minutes to complete. Okay, so it shouldn't be too difficult. All right, I'm down. I'm down. All right, so let's pick up our tooth. I really want to do the arena battle ones, but I fucking hate doing them because you have to win, and it's really annoying. We can actually do this one today. I stopped doing this one yesterday because I just didn't want to deal with it. Let's go and get this done really fast. Why are you beating our ass? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I kind of like it. It happens, Edge. Nah, Edge. Basically, I was telling a story about like why I was late today. The cliff notes was a couple houses down. Um, there was a big fight. There was these kids that were walking by, and then the people that live at the house jumped these kids that were walking by, and a bunch of cops came by. So we were outside talking with them for a while. Okay, so if you do the quest line run, I think you get one. I could be wrong, but go to the mount vendor and buy a lasso. Technically, you want to buy a bunch and just keep them on you because you have to catch things later anyway. I usually keep like 100 on me unless I use them all. But go to the mount vendor, this guy. Buy some lassos. You can use it to catch mounts and to catch the animals around, like, the sheep and the cows and the chickens and stuff. You can use them for that too. And then you run up to them and you put it on your hotbar. And you got to get close to them. Best to just get behind them because they won't run away. They won't run away from you. But like this. So you run up behind them. So jump off your mount. Press G to crouch. You press F, you can roll a little bit, but you get a little close, and then you look at it and you press the hotkey, right? You get the mini game, you press space, you capture it. I'm not going to capture this because I don't want to do it. But you capture it, and then once you've captured it, it'll be an item in your inventory. Give me just a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry. Anyway, so once you've captured it, Ronan, it will be an item in your inventory. So let me show you. I haven't checked mine in a while. So they'll look like this, right? So you'll either catch like a green one or a blue one. You can get really rare, and you can catch a purple one, I think. Um, but there'll be male ones, there'll be female ones. So if you look at this one is a male, right? And fast at a glance, the fastest way to tell is the females, they have a second bar. See how there's like sanity and exp, and this one has mating number, sanity, and exp. Only females have the mating numbers. So you take the female, right, and then you can breed it with a male, and then you have a chance to get blues or get greens again, and so on and so forth. So basically, you have to do this to get better horses. So you capture like, because you can only hold 20 horses at a time. You have to actually put the horse in your mount section, so you have to like right click to quote unquote consume it, but you can take them out at any time, right? So if okay, so this one, see how it's like I have 3 out of 3. I can't breed this one anymore. So if I hit this transfer to inventory, it goes to your inventory, and now I have one less here. So then I can move one over. So this female, I can right click, and now the female's here. And I can breed the female with a male or whatever if I want. Um, but you need the horse medallions, which you can farm elsewhere and do. You can get them a bunch of different ways. You use the horse medallions, and you can breed them, and you have chances, like I said, to get the blues, and then you can eventually get a purple, and then you can eventually get a legendary. But it's pretty basic. Basically, what you would usually start with is probably like 12 horses, so 6 females, 6 males, something like that. And then you just kind of rinse and repeat. So yes and no. Basically yes, but So green horses have base like lower base stats than blue horses, right? So you see normal speed 45, normal speed 42, or 39. So the speeds vary. I'm gonna have an ad in like 40 seconds, but so the greens have an average run speed somewhere between probably 30 and 45, and then blues probably range somewhere between like 40 and like 55, right? So they have a range. So a green can technically be faster than a blue with base stats, but you know, you're talking about stamina, turning, stopping, auto run speed, normal run speed. So there's a bunch of different stats, but each tier, the base rolls can be better rolls, right? And then every time they level, the stats go up. So you obviously want the better horse. So mine's level 29 and it's got a normal run speed of 80. So I probably had a bad roll to start with. I don't know what it started with or anything like that. But anyway, there's an ad. I'm gonna wait for that to finish, and then we'll talk some more. Um, World 6 Soul Vial. Nice. Let's go, mate. New arcade bonus. Okay, hell yeah. All right. I'm gonna wait for that ad to finish, and then we'll chat some more. $35 minutes. Yeah, bro. Don't play Face It. Face It's cool and all, but I mean it's free. But you get what you pay for. Like I get it. Like if you don't want to spend money, Face It's the way to go. Face It's better than playing Premiere, in my opinion. But Face It's just it's a shit show. There's not much difference between playing Face It and playing Premiere. Now, ESEA, on the other hand, unless they've gone downhill, ESEA was the way to go. But God, they're so toxic in ESEA. So toxic. Like, you don't know this one flashbang? Fucking, I'm throwing the game. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm not taking the loss for this. It's like, bro, I don't know how to throw one flashbang. Chill the fuck out. Jeez, 2 minutes 30. The ad's over. How do you have another 2 minutes? What the hell? You have to make it up for when you didn't have ads. Alright. Let's put here. Double ad for him, yeah. Well, he got gifted a sub last month. So he didn't have ads for a month. Now he's like they're playing catch up with him or something. Like get cocked, bro. But yeah, so Ronan, what I would recommend, being new to the game, is spend a day, run around, grab a handful of horses. Like I said, get rid of a bunch of extra males, keep all the females you can. And I would start with like breeding 5 at a time. So 5 males, 5 females. Try and get some blues. Keep 1 blue for you to ride, and then start working towards getting towards your purple. Once you have a purple, like, yeah, you can keep going and keep going through the process to try and get a legendary one. But once you have a purple, you're fine for quite a while. You don't have to take it like super seriously past that point. But I would recommend at least getting to a purple. It's huge. Like the amount of like time you save getting a slightly faster horse is definitely worth it. All right, so let's go get this stuff done. I want to test something really quick. Hold on, let me get. All right, so how much XP is this gonna get? They gave me 89,000. I want to test something really quick. Buy a 1 hour character XP. And then let's pop that. So we should get, yeah, 40% more character XP. Let's see if this actually works. So wolf hide. Oh, bro, that was huge. 124,000 XP. Yeah, so when you do your town board turn-ins, make sure you pop one of those. That's crazy. Anchovies. Flower horn? The frick is a flower horn? I don't know what a flower horn is. That was a flower horn. I'll have to go look that one up. Wait, what goes here? Oh, anchovies. Um, Moist, Daisy. I gotta figure out what this flower horn is. Oh, it's the fish. Q finally popped. Let's go. Alright, let's go get some greenwood really quick. Finally out of ad gel, man. That's crazy, mate. No fucking
Ooh.
shot.
Okay. God damn.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. If you're doing that, you better have a freaking parachute on. You better have a parachute on. Ain't no goddamn way. It was the YouTube short that Tover posted. It's basically 2 people on this huge mountain ridge, like mountain peak ridge, and they're like walking across this like really skinny mountain ridge, and like some rocks fell down, and it's like it looks like death. Yeah, casually causing a rock slide. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just a few rocks. I mean, it wouldn't, but it could. Because if you look how like far down that is, if you actually started to slide and you just jumped, you could get lucky and the parachute actually catch some air. But like you said, you're probably gonna run into the side of the mountain before it actually pulls. Because you need a good amount of like fall distance for the parachute to actually catch wind and like actually like pull out. He said pull out. I mean, maybe like a squirrel suit would be a little bit better of an option. I don't know. But that, yeah, fuck that sick. Yeah, wingsuit, yeah. Like that would be probably your best option, but that's still crazy. Wait, you want me to just pull it up and show you? Here, I'll show you.
Ooh. Okay.
Like they're on this. Like look how that clip. So this is what I meant, Ronan. You look to the right. You see how far like down that is. If you're gonna fall, if you just jump straight out and pull your chute, you have a potential enough time. Potential, not guaranteed. Potential for the chute to possibly open. Same thing with the left side here, but this ridge right here, where you see the rocks fall down and hit, that would probably you'd probably land on that. You failed exactly, Edge. That's what we were talking about, Topher. Is like you're better off in this situation instead of relying upon a parachute that probably won't open because you're probably going to hit the mountain before it opens. Is having a wingsuit. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. But like, look at this, mate. So as you're walking, they hit a rock and it's like rocks just start falling.
God damn.
Yeah, I mean they could have like a microphone cover or something preventing the wind. But yeah, if you're that high up, there's wind. There's without a shadow of a doubt there has to be wind. I'm sorry, I've done a little bit of standing on some mountains in my days. And there's fucking wind. I don't give a fuck how tall the mountain is. There's wind. Okay? There's no way around that shit. And hoping it's quick. It's so funny, Edge. That's it. They're not getting blown. You don't see the clothes all ripply and everything. And I don't know. That's kind of why, like, when Ronan said, "Is it fake?" I was like, you know, it's possible, but I don't know because it does seem a little too calm. But like I said, it's possible. It's totally possible that it's legit. It's just one of those things that it just looks so calm that it's almost hard to believe. Ronan, if you haven't noticed this, I'm gonna show you something in the bank. It's very helpful for organization. You can do it in your inventory too. There's this little button right here with a drop down, and you can organize things by different things. I usually do it by type, so it puts them in their own categories. So it's like all the fishing is together, all the harvesting is together. And then you can do that with the inventory at the top here too. Click the little placement button, and then you switch to type, and then it'll organize things by type. Something that can help you out a little bit when you're struggling to organize your inventory, like some people didn't know it existed. Yeah, so it was funny. I got Edge into the game, and he was streaming on Discord to me, and I looked at his inventory. I was like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Close your inventory. I'm gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown. What is wrong with your goddamn inventory?" And I showed him the button, and it made him not quit the game within 2 hours. Oh my god, I was about to literally have a nervous breakdown looking at his inventory. It was hurting my fucking soul. There is one other thing I'll show you with the inventory that's kind of helpful. Oh my god, yeah. So if you look at my inventory, I have mine organized a specific way. That's why I don't touch mine. So I have like all my seeds and stuff up at the top and things that I always obtain, so I don't have to constantly worry about like moving them around. So all this stuff is always in my inventory. At the bottom, I have my tools organized, and the reason I have them organized in the way I do is because I always have animals on me because I capture a whole bunch and then I wait for my current animals to die and then I replace them and then I go and gather more animals. So I always keep this inventory is always the same. But it when you're trying to delete items, Ronan, instead of dragging like one item at a time to like the ground and doing that, or dragging one item into the bucket and doing it that way, just click on the bucket and right click all the items that you want to destroy all at the same time. Right? I can have 10 items selected, you hit delete, and it deletes all of them. Instead of having to do one at a time and click delete, this is how you like fast delete. So if you're ever like harvesting like or fighting a lot of mobs and you get a lot of like trash gear and you don't want to go back to the city every 5 minutes to sell to make money from the trash items or whatever, which is fine. If you want to make money from it, you can. It's just a lot of time running back and forth, versus just farming and selling the mob materials for money instead. Anyway, that's just it'll save you a lot of time, just like mass salvaging doing that. Oh. Also, when you get around to like farming resources, I know you're playing Counter-Strike match or whatever, but if you get around to farming resources or gathering things and you're trying to like find places to do it, just go to Google and type in Quinfall interactive map and use the interactive map. It's the only way you're gonna reliably find what you're looking for without like hating yourself. And if you want me to show you how to use it, I can. No! Why? I mean, there's times where dodging is worth it. Like, when you're like a 1600 and you're against like an average team on the other side that's like a 2000, like, yeah, I could see you dodging, right? The MR rating is like super skewed in one side. I could see a dodge, but... Or if you were playing against someone you know is a known cheater, dodging makes sense, but... I don't know, sometimes, man, it just can be really annoying. Trying to get into a game and you get like 5 dodges in a row. I remember when last time I was playing Counter-Strike, I was playing Basic for a while. And I remember I got into, I think it was 15 matches. And I got a dodge in every single one of them. It took me all night. I literally was in queue for like 8 hours. And people just kept dodging. I was just so done with it. Oh, was it like a handful of, like, the pros just playing like on their alt accounts or something? Or was it like a legit like high rated game with a 3 stack of pros? Things I don't know what your rating is, but don't want to assume you're trash. Okay, you're 2500. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't want to assume you're trash. Yeah, I mean, I think I was at like an 1800 or a 1900 because I just didn't play. Like I probably had a total of like 30 face it matches, and like, you know how annoying it is when people leave in the middle of matches or like intentionally throw the game. Like, it's so annoying. Like, I never played the game religiously enough anyway to like climb the ladder because I just didn't really care about elo. I didn't really care about, I mean, I've been playing Counter-Strike since like 2004, right? I played a bunch of like ESEA back in the day. We played a lot of like Cal Open matches, some Cal intermediate matches, right? I played against Cal Invite players back in the day. I played a lot of Counter Strike. I mean, we did a little CEVO, but not that much. It's just, yeah, I don't play a whole lot anymore. I stay away from FPS games basically nowadays. It's just not worth the stress and the annoyance. I get on games, I get on the computer to just leisurely play without putting on deodorant and have fun, right? So I try to keep it simple. That's why I play MMOs, because I can just log in and I can casually play. I can stop what I'm doing and walk away. You know, I don't have to take anything super serious or anything. Just a lot more fun that way. A lot more enjoyable. I log on to play a couple hours of games and then, you know, log off for the day. Just a lot more enjoyable at my stage in my life, you know. Yeah, I mean, I let's just say I played so much Counter Strike before Steam started tracking hours. I used to average like 80 hours a week. Yeah, so back in the day, back in 2004 when I started playing, I was playing WoW and Counter-Strike religiously. Those were my two games. So basically, I would play WoW in between scrims and matches and stuff like that. And I would just, you know, play WoW for a while. And then on when I had raid nights, we would, you know, do our raids and then we'd play Counter-Strike after the fact. That's all we did. I literally would play like 80 hours of Counter-Strike a week, and I played WoW at the same time. Because like I said, we would, like, when we get done with a match or a scrim or something, we would just jump in WoW and play WoW until the next one popped up. You started playing when you were 4? Jeez. Nah, every once in a while I'll go and watch like everyone, like a couple of like the tournaments and stuff. Watch a little bit of Nip and, you know, some of like the older players. You know, like Olaf, Get Right, stuff like them. I don't even know if Get Right still plays. I know he streams every once in a while. But like I watch some of like the older streamers, like the older pros, you know, Snacks and them. Because like those were the guys I grew up watching. So now I just watch them um when they stream every once in a while. I'll go watch them play a little bit here and there. And then occasionally I'll stop by and watch like a tournament or something. Yeah, I was saying, like, some of those guys are really cool. I like, I've been watching them for so long. But like I said, like tournaments wise, watching it kind of just, it's cool. It's enjoyable sometimes to watch them like in a tournament. But sometimes, man, I just like I watch them play and I'm just like, how does this even work? You know what I mean? Like the newer generation come up with things that I'm just like, how does that even work? How does that even succeed? Like I feel like back in the day, back in my day, you know, if someone tried to pull that off, it would have failed miserably. Like I grew up in the era of pub stars. Do you remember the pub star or pub masters videos on YouTube back in the day? Oh, some of these kids are absolutely disgusting. Like some of these younger players, they're fucking nasty. And then sometimes I truly cannot believe that they're legit. I mean, obviously you don't know for sure if they are or not, because there's so many professional players in video games that do cheat. But like sometimes you watch what they do and you're like, bro, the timing, the the actual straight up awareness, map awareness, and things that some of these players have. It's just like it's ungodly. It's like how do you get that lucky that often? It's crazy. Oh, pub masters, bro, these guys are fucking nuts.
I'm a 52-year-old trauma.
Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the video. This is what I grew up with, bro. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, they've gotten more strict with it over the years, Ronan. But like, they had scanned your equipment, your hard drives. That you weren't allowed to bring your own headsets or mice for a while there, or keyboards. And then people were like downloading things from workshops, which then they stopped letting people do that. Like, there was so many different ways people were injecting cheats into the game. It's just absolutely insane the things that people come up with in order to do this. But this is what I grew up watching and like experiencing, bro. So back in the day, back in 1.6, when we first started playing the game, these guys were like notorious. They had their own server and they always did really cool, like just really interesting videos and like just sequential movements and stuff. Like 4-man, 5-man stacking in corners and like walking through the map. And I don't know if you recall, but back in the day, there wasn't a whole lot of like boxes and climables or ways to get on top of a lot of terrain in the game. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like they're finding unique. The they'd be running on each other's heads. Like they'd be three stacked running in a straight line on each other's heads. And when you turn the corner, you find three people running at you in a straight line. Oh yeah, it took a lot of practice. You can't do more than two the bung stack nowadays. So two people, because once you go to a second person on top, it pushes that second person off of your head. So they hot fixed this in the later versions of the game. So I don't know if they changed it in Go or if they changed it in Source. But yeah, they changed it because it was crazy. More yeah. Well, so this right here with that spraying through the wall and killing people, we used to do that in condition 0 all the time. When we used to go into matches playing in Nuke, nobody wanted to play us on Nuke. I will, mate. Nuke and Train, we were notorious for people that think we were cheaters. Look at this. Look how crazy this movement is. The top guy isn't looking where they're going. He's looking at the player below him. And he's following the player's gun. This is the shit we would run into in pubs, bro. Triple stack boosting onto things. Shooting people in the ass to get them up onto a platform. Yeah, so back at 1.6, friendly fire didn't do a whole lot of damage. So what you would do is you wanted to get into like a really high, crazy position. You would 3-man or 4-man stack, and then you would shoot your buddy as an axe to push that into the air onto like a rock or something. It was so fun. Like that. That's the kind of shit that I grew up playing. Yeah, it was stuff. We did some stupid shit back in the day, bro. It was crazy. You can't do it in the newer version. It doesn't give you forward momentum in the newer version. Dual sword? You want? You talking about dual axes? Oh yeah, you can sit on top of the lights. The lights are crazy. Oh, that was a funny one too. So in CPL Mill, in 1.6, grenades actually did damage through the wall. So they plant the bomb on the bomb site, and then they'd sit in the tunnel and they'd throw their grenades at the ground and it'd blow up and kill if anybody tried to defuse the bomb. Yeah, that's what I'm playing as. I play oh you wait. Yeah, I'm playing Savage. Yeah. This is what I was talking about yesterday, Ewan. Is I play Savage because I'm a cheapskate and I play free to play and I don't rely upon auto potions. And Savage is just an auto attack spam, face numbing, just brain dead. Hold down left click and hold like a directional key and strafe in a circle while auto attacking, and you just can't die. It's super easy. Oh, it is, Ronan. Have you ever seen the spam spots at Nuke where you can plant the bomb either upper or lower, doesn't matter. And if you stand in a certain spot and you look at the ground or the ceiling, respectively, you can wall bang people defusing the bomb. So you'll be up in the upper bomb site in Nuke, right? Yeah, you can still do that. That's what I'm saying. You could be in the upper bomb site Nuke trying to defuse the bomb, and the guy could be in lower or on ramp and just kill you through the ground. It obviously takes some very, very good practice and getting used to it, but it's viable to the point. There's a little RNG with it, but yeah, we used to take advantage of that all the time. Yeah, these guys, they would go to tournaments and they were just so good at the game. They would literally give up 3 rounds like this, where they would just run backwards at teams and then just fucking destroy them after that. Alright, so if you don't know this, I'm pretty sure this is Dust 2. So this is CT spawn. This over here, I'm pretty sure is B, and then this is mid. Could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure. And they push people up onto this block. That's funny, dude. Now they're overviewing the whole, like, they have the mid here, they have the AB. And then you can put, yeah, they push this guy on top of this bench. Yeah, shit was wild, bro. They were, man. Good times, man, good times. Oh no! I think this is CP on fire. Yeah, I think this is CP on fire. This is CP on mill. Anyway, yeah. This is what I grew up like playing and watching and playing against and hanging out. Like it was good times, man. And then we played a lot of like Condition Zero when that came out. Switched over to that. And then we skipped Source because Source just fucking sucked. The fact that you could bunny hop and shoot accurately while in the air bunny hopping, and you could jump from one side of the map to the other in like 2.5 seconds was just ridiculous. Like the game was just busted beyond busted. It was so dumb. And then Go came out, and Go actually fixed a lot of that, and it was actually playable and enjoyable to play. Bro, I hated the fact that a Deagle was more deadly than an op. Like, how is a Deagle more deadly than an AWP at range? Fucking ridiculous. Alright, so this is taken care of. So we gotta do the rifts. And then I don't think I'm gonna do the arenas. I would like to do the arenas, but that's just too much work. Yeah, we'll just do the rifts, plants, and we gotta do our tokens. I think our tokens are reset, so we can probably take our screenshots of our tokens and get token grinding really quick. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's been a long time. So I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike back before Premiere was a thing. Like in Go, Condition Zero, or sorry, Global Offensive. And I got up to Supreme for a while there. And then I just saw how many cheaters played the game, and it just ruined the taste. It just put such a bad taste in my mouth that like 8 out of the 10 games I would get into, there's just a straight spin botter. Or like we'd be playing and someone would be like, "Oh, this guy's definitely cheating. Give me a minute." And then he would just go and turn on a spin bot, and he would just like blatantly cheating. What up, Nico? It just put such a bad taste in my mouth that so many people were willing to cheat even at high ranks. I just gave up. And then when I came back to the game, I would come back every once in a while, but I went from like Supreme to LEM, and then LEM to like badge, and then I went to badge to like a double AK, and like because I would be gone for like 2 months at a time, so I would lose ranks just from being inactive. And then eventually when I came back, I was down to like a 2-star Nova or whatever, and I'm like, bro, playing at 2-star can suck it. Like, I don't want to play at 2-star ranks, dude. They're fucking terrible players. And don't get me wrong, if you're really good at the game, you can carry a 5v1, right? And I'm not saying I'm a bad player. I'm bad now because I haven't played in years. And I don't remember any of the smokes or anything like that. Just like kind of data dumped a lot of that information. But like even if I like grinded and broke the rust off and went back to playing the game, I'm not saying I'm like good at the game. I'm not saying I'd be able to like do much of anything, right? But trying to 5v1 is really fucking hard. It truly is really fucking hard. Like, you can do it to a point at certain low ranks because people are just so bad, but I mean, one slip up, one mistake, or if you get into like a 3v1 fight, like you only have so many bullets in your gun, like it's not reliable to consistently carry like that. Like maybe in a 2v5, if you have like a duo partner or something, it's more reliable and simple, but I basically could never, I could barely, I think I got back to an AK and I was like, this isn't worth my time. Because even when I got up to an AK, there was still just straight up spin botters. And it just wasn't worth my time or the effort to put into the game when there was just going to be that many people just blatantly cheating. Um, oh, it is, bro. And like the thing is, like I've been playing Counter Strike and FPS games and just games in general for so long. I can literally watch someone playing almost any game. Um, Give me a second, Nico. Um, and I could probably tell you with an 80% certainty who's cheating and who's not. Like, I'm pretty good at like catching cheaters. And the funny thing is most of the cheaters that I catch, they're not like blatantly cheating. Right? It's not the guy at the top of the leaderboards. It's the guy in the middle of the pack or the lower end of the pack that is telling everybody where to go. That is voicing the information that they're using from ESP or wall hacks or whatever, right? Failed on Jad. Um, so my question is, when you got to Jad, Nico, were you running low on resources and stuff? You've been chilling? I mean, that's good. I'm not gonna lie, fight caves, it's, I wouldn't say it's a trial and error. I would say it's one of those acquired tastes. You gotta practice it a lot. And that's the thing, Ronan, is like, a lot of these people rely so heavily on cheating, they don't actually have any skill behind it. And that's why pros are hard to catch, right? Because if you're, to be a pro, 9 times out of 10 you have to have pretty good skill to start with, and then you add the crutch of the cheat on top of it, and they have practiced so much hiding it that they have good skill without it, that this is just like a little extra leg up to make things a little easier or simpler, or, right, you know what I mean? Like, nothing super obvious, but it gives them a small advantage because they use very subtle cheats. Like, they'll use like a like, not an aim lock, but it's like an aim tether in a way, where you hit the hotkey and it pulls your cursor in a direction of the closest mob, right, or the closest person. So this way you'll be like looking at a hallway, and like, let's say the hallway edge is here, you look a little further, like you're staring at the wall, and you pull the tether and it pulls your mouse a little bit, and you're like, all right, I know there's someone to the left, right? So it just looks like you're like moving your mouse a little bit, right? And then other times you'll be like staring at a wall waiting on a flashbang, right? And you'll see, like, you could push the button there and you can see the mouse go like this, right? It's like, why is your mouse randomly moving like this? And it's just like little subtle movements to give him some knowledge. Like, if he's staring at a wall, like, let's say you're at B in Dust 2, right? And you're hiding by like the car, right? So you're staring at the wall so you don't get flashed, and you're hiding by the car and you're looking at the wall, and you push the button, and if your mouse goes to the right, you know that they're in the tunnel. If it goes to the left, you know they're not in the tunnel, right? So you know B is clear. It's some subtle things like that that can give your team a slight advantage. But yeah, some people are just so bad at the game, they literally just snap. They're like, oh, boom, 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 boom. I'm not cheating. You know what I mean? Like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? You're honestly gonna tell me you're not cheating? Your character's spinning at 9,000 miles an hour, and you're one-tapping everybody through walls, and you're not cheating. Okay. Okay. Go join a pro team. But yeah, Nico, when you got the Jad, were you like running low on resources or supplies? Or like, what happened during the Jad encounter that really cucked you? You should be able to hear me now. Yeah, if it's muted, if you just unmuted it. Sorry. Yeah, I saw your message and I was trying to help you out. I'm not really much of a Jad fighter. I never really do fight cave or do the Jad fight. But from what I understand about the fight caves, it's more of a acquired taste. You have to run it lots of times to get used to it, because each wave has its own particular stand here, kill this mob first, you know, glitch this person here, safe spot here, save resources here, use this buff on this wave, and so on. So there's lots of min-maxy things to help, you know, do it. But I'm wondering, like, specifically when if you're doing good up until Jad, what was like really cucking you? Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you got pulled into melee range, I don't know, I can't remember if they actually have a pulling mechanic, but I feel like in that fight you should never have auto retaliate on. And then that's where I said the fight kind of becomes, you have to, second nature, you have to trial and error it. Not really trial and error, but you have to practice it and practice it and practice it. Yeah, so what some people will do, Nico, is they'll have a weapon swap for certain engagements like that, just for the longer range. So they'll have like a bow that they can do long shot with or something, so they can switch to like a long range on their bow, and they'll kill the healers from long range to safe spot, and that kind of style. Not always, but that's what some people would do or can do, I should say. Um, Another thing I've heard, like I said, I haven't done fight caves all that much myself, but you can also use the obsidian armors. I don't know if you've looked into the obsidian armors. You get a fight bonus for wearing obsidian armor in the fight caves. I do not have fire cave, no. I've never needed it because I have a maxed account. I just use my max cape. Technically, like I said, since I mostly play RS3, um, the fight cave, the kiln fights, their kiln capes are better than the master cape. When it comes to specific styles, but since the master cape is a all-rounded style, it's just easier for weapon swaps and not have to trade out my cloak every single time. Like I said, for min-maxing purposes, if I'm gonna melee, I should use the melee, kiln cape. But I'm just too lazy to do all that. Yeah, I mean, old school is it's a bigger beast than RS3 when it comes to certain things, but they both have their difficult portions and their easy portions, but they're just different. They're just different beasts altogether. Um, but the fight cave is relatively the same on both. It's just the weapons and the armors are different on both games. And like the strategies are slightly different as well. But from my understanding, from the people that I've talked to when it comes to it, it's not that the fight cave is hard. It's just practice. You have to practice it a lot to get the movement and the safe spots down properly. And then once you actually put the effort in and you get that like memorized, like muscle memory, the fight cave just becomes very easy. But I hate the fucking hiccups and kind of hurts. All right. So we're gonna put these here. This up here. All right, we gotta go put all this away really quick. Yeah, so our old school RuneScape, they kind of they used to use RuneLite. Everybody used the RuneLite launcher, and they basically complained and cried that they wanted it built into the game. So Jagex kind of partnered with the people that made RuneLite and kind of made it part of the game. So that's why you have the quest helper and all that stuff built into the game now. Pretty cool. A lot of people really like it. I think it's pretty helpful, but it does simplify the game to a trivial point that some people don't like it all that much. They prefer the more difficult, figure it out yourself. But at the same time, RS3, personally, if I'm being honest, I just Google it and I go watch a YouTube video and I follow the YouTube video. Not much different than having it built into the game. I mean, built into the game means you don't have to go to a website, you don't have to Google it, you don't have to watch the video, you don't have to follow it or whatever. It's easier, yes, but it's not much different. So let us pull out our pumpkins. We're gonna pull out all our token stuff really quick. Oh man. Oh man, I didn't sleep for shit today. Bro, I struggled to sleep today again. Like I laid down at like 2, woke up at 2:30, went to sleep at 3, woke up at 3:30, went to sleep at 4, woke up at like 5, went to sleep at like 5:15, 5:30, woke up at like 7, Went to sleep at like 7:30. Woke up at 9. And I was just like, bro, this is fucking awful. Fucking awful. Wait, what? I feel like if you blink rapidly and you fall asleep, you probably have epileptic, like, whatever that word is where you just pass out. I wouldn't say epileptic seizures, but like epilepsy or whatever. Well, it's in Discord. Oh, is this the new research thing? Bro, I've hardly ever used any ladles. That's not gonna help me out that much. Really? Only the ones after you unlocked it? Oh, that sucks. You used 10 million ladles after unlocking it? What the fuck? That's so many ladles. The hell were you using ladles on? Bro, I was outside with the cops, man. I think I got eaten alive by mosquitoes. My neck is all itchy now. I am like a fucking mosquito magnet, which is why I don't like being outside. I've always been a mosquito magnet. I got 30 mil left, Jesus. I mean, Topher, you might as well get a green stack of them first and then use them all because oh wait, you already have 30 mil left, so you already have your 10 mil. Never mind. Yeah, so once you have that permanent green stack, just fucking use the shit out of them. Oh yeah, I have no idea, mate. Um, I don't know what blood type I am. I forgot. I might be O. What are they drawn to O? Bro, let's change my blood type real quick. Bro, did I watch Buffy my Heart Slayer? Yes. Oh really? Oh, that sucks. Really? Bro, I can't tell you, Edge, like, I'll go to a party or a friend's house or whatever, and they want to go outside. I'm like, bro, I don't want to go outside. They're like, why not? I was like, because mosquitoes like me. It's like, oh, it'll be fine. They'll put out like incense and like bug stuff and they're like, I go out all the time and I never get eaten alive. And I'm like, okay. And then they look at me and I look like a fucking pincushion. Because I'm like covered in fucking mosquitoes. Like, you know that scene from fucking Lilo and Stitch? This is what I fucking look like when I go outside, bro. Everybody else is laying here like chilling, minding their own business, and then you got me over here just fucking covered in goddamn mosquitoes. And it's funny too, because I'll be like with other people, they'll be like, yeah, I usually get eaten by mosquitoes all the time. And then we'll all be hanging out. And I'm over there slapping my legs and killing mosquitoes on my arms and my neck and shit, and just like fucking slapping, killing shit constantly, right? And they're over there just having a good old day. It's like, yeah, there's like no mosquitoes out. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, what do you mean there's no mosquitoes? Look how many dead ones are on my arm, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck who I'm with. I don't care how much they think they attract fucking mosquitoes. I am like 10 times worse. I've never met somebody that gets attacked by mosquitoes as much as I do. Ever. I don't know why, man. It's so fucking frustrating. Like, I'm not even fucking exaggerating when I say this, Edge. We'll go on a walk, and me and the wife will be walking with the dog or whatever, and I will be walking, and I will have a cloud of mosquitoes following me. Not really, Nico. It's just like everywhere I've ever grown up, right? There's like always mosquitoes, right? Because like it's just humid. Always hot and humid. There's always some water to be found somewhere. So there's always mosquitoes. And I just attract them from miles. And they just follow me. Like, I'm not exaggerating, bro. Like, I'll be walking and I'll turn around and I'll be like, God damn! It's like just a fucking gaggle fuck of mosquitoes running into my face. And I have the same problem with like bees and wasps. They fucking chase me. Like, I'll be minding my own business, just chilling, walking on the sidewalk or whatever, and a bee will just fly right up into my face. And you know, I'll kind of ignore it at first, and I'll like back up, or I'll start going the other way or whatever, you know, and then I can just hear it just buzzing behind me, and I fucking just I run, and I turn around, and it's right behind me, just chasing me. Like, bro, leave me alone, bugs, please. And flies, and gnats, they swarm the fuck out of me. Oh yeah, that's the worst, Nico. The wife will like be outside, and she'll open the sliding glass door, and she'll be like, oh, I forgot something. She'll leave the sliding glass door wide the fuck open, and then go and grab some stuff and pick at some stuff. It's been open for like fucking 5 minutes, and I'm like, there's like 1,000 mosquitoes in the house at this point. I'm out there with a fucking pillow, smacking the walls, trying to kill the damn mosquitoes. And then I end up in my office, and in here with like a fucking newspaper, just beating the fuck out of everything, trying to kill all the damn mosquitoes. Because she's not gonna get bit. I'm gonna be the one getting eaten alive. Two times for food. Wait, what are we talking about, Topher? Wait, what news did you wake up to at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m.? Oh, that guy dying. Yeah, that sucks. I wish I wasn't O type anymore, because that shit. I mean, I don't really care what blood type I am, but I wish I was anything but O at this point. Bro, that shit could suck it. That shit's the fucking worst. Alright, so. I don't remember. I think. Not bunny, it's the ostrich. Okay, looks like we need ostrich, bunny, wolf. Alright, let's do the wolf really quick. Wait, you can level up meals in different ways now? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, bro, I have no idea what's going on with this new update. Bugs love me. Every bug I've ever come across has loved me. Fucking hate it. I hate bugs with a fucking passion. And they love me. Alright, so we have a lot to do. So we need zebras, rabbits, hippos, ostrich, penguins, frogs, desert cats. Desert cats is the only thing I have to go to the desert for. Everything else I can do in the meadow. So we need to figure out what the next MMO I'm gonna play is. I'm really torn. Jeez. Come on, Tover, you got this. Well, I'm not gonna change anytime soon. Well, quote unquote soon. Bro, the Ragnarok looked good. The Guild Wars before Guild Wars. I don't know, Edge, if Guild Wars 3 is gonna come out, I might just wait for Guild Wars 3. Because Guild Wars 2 is fun and all, but I just felt like it was always lacking something. Like I felt like the professions just weren't enough. Like to keep me interested, you know? Professions are a big thing for me. It was lagging me. I mean, you're not wrong. Like if I played it as a duo with you, or even like I think you had a buddy too that was playing too, so it was like a trio. I think it would be a lot more fun. But I could never get into raids, right? I never really got into that kind of stuff. I never really got super into like dungeons per se, or anything like that. But like there was just nothing to do other than like world bosses. Like the professions were just like non-existent. Bro, I don't know why, but PoE2 just zero fucking ambition. Zero. Not an ounce of ambition in my body to want to even try to play it right now. Which, I mean, I'm not saying that that's not normal for me or anything. Like, where I just get those inklings where I just don't really want to play, but I don't know, man. I don't, honestly, I think if I got past the campaign edge, I'd be fine playing the game. It's getting through the campaign, and it's not that it's hard. It's not that I can't do it. I just have no energy or willpower to do the quests. That's literally all it is. Like having to go through the zones and like find the mob and kill the mob and then find this thing and then find that thing and then teleport over here and then go through this thing, and I have zero willpower to do it. I don't know why. Because I haven't done it that many times. Not like PoE 1 where I've done it a trillion fucking times and it's just like second nature at this point, but I'm trying to think like at some point, I don't know how much longer, I'm gonna get burnt out on this game and I want to start another MMO, right? Still help people out in the game, you know, give information and you know whatnot, but I think at some point I'll have to take a break from this game because I'm running out of steam for enjoyment for just grinding professions. Because there's not much else to do. Just leveling professions to level them is just, it gets tedious after a while, right? All right, so let's think the hyenas, not the hyenas, but the zebras are west of us. We'll go do that next. Probably pick up some bunnies on our way. We do the bunnies on the way. And then we gotta go do the hippos and the penguins. Then we can do ostrich next. Yeah, it's over. That looked really cool. Now, I think, once again, I'll probably run into the same problem I did with the other one where it doesn't have any nostalgia for me. But if it does have a lot of like old school RO problems, you know, it might deter me from taking it super serious. Like if the quest systems are exactly the same, if the map layout has zero information or helpful information, like prevent you from like going into a high level zone by mistake and dying. Like I think if they maybe revamped it and made it more modernized, hopefully the quality of life would be there enough to make it not so dreadful. That would make it nice. But I feel like if the mobs are still the same and the zones are relatively the same, but the levels of the mobs aren't as abrupt, or at least they give you warnings or at least level requirements for the zones or something, like give you some information, maybe some quest tracking and stuff. Like I said, if they just quality of life it up and then up the graphics and the combat styles or whatever a little bit, I think it would be fun. I did like playing RO with you guys that one time I played it. I just didn't like the idea of, hey, kill these wolves until you're level 90. Like, so I have to stay here for like 6 months killing wolves? Like, that just sounds fucking dreadful. I didn't get to explore the game. I didn't get to like do anything. There was no like refunding of my talent points or respecking. You know, your character is the way it is. It's just I don't know. I mean, and I don't have a problem with it taking a long time to level Topher. I just feel like knowing that it was the only reliable, like efficient place to grind EXP, right? It was kind of more of the problem. It's like don't do anything else but these wolves because everything else is worse. It would take you longer. So it's like you're forced to just fighting them because you're going to get to that point faster just fighting those than if you were to actually explore the game and do other things. Right? And I don't have a problem with it taking a while to level. I don't have a problem with never reaching max level because of how long it takes. I don't have a problem with exploring the game and it taking longer. I want there to be some fun, right? I want there to be some cool mobs to fight, or cool grouping mechanics where we can group up and farm like hordes of mobs, or I just want there to be something to do, and I want there to be professions. And I don't know if RO would have professions like the new one, but like I need something other to do. I need something to do other than mob grinding. Like that's my big thing. You guys know me so well. I am not a mob grinder. I can mob grind a little bit here and there for certain reasons, especially when it comes to like grinding materials for professions or for crafting or something, or getting like a rare armor drop to for profession armors and stuff like that. Like when we go to New World and we grind rare mobs to get profession items and stuff. Like I'm down for that stuff. I don't mind that, but I don't like grinding mobs just to grind mobs. Like, what are we doing today, Pinky? We're gonna kill a million freaking zebras again. Let's go and gather 50 zebras, murder them all, skin them all, loot them all, grab another 50, murder them all, skin them all, loot them all. Like, I don't want to sit there and just rinse and repeat. Like, I don't mind doing it for professions, but I don't like doing it just to get loot. Like, hey, let's go kill 1,000 ogres. Okay. Let's go kill another 1,000 ogres. Okay. Kill another 1,000 ogres. Okay. Like, I need something else to do. I don't like just grinding mobs. Like I said, if there's a reason to grind the mobs, I'm more inclined to do it. But just killing them to kill them bores the absolute fucking shit out of me. And like I said, that is coming from a place of it not being a nostalgic kind of game for me. Now, RuneScape, I can grind mobs all day because I know what I'm getting myself into. World of Warcraft, I can grind mobs all day because I know what I'm getting into. I know what the end result is. I know what I'm shooting for, and I know it's just an ends to a mean. And even logically thinking and knowing in my brain, even with RO, I know I'm gonna be bored doing this. But once I get past this, I can do something else. I know this logically, but it doesn't change how I feel while I'm doing it. It just feels terrible. All right, so we have all this. Now we need to do the ostrich. So we got that, and that. We'll do those. Then we just need the hippo and the penguin. So yeah, I don't know. I've been really interested in playing RO because I think it has some cool aspects of world bosses to fight and things like that. I don't know what else it has other than like PvP. Because like I said, I don't think they really have all that much when it comes to professions. Like, yeah, you can craft weapons and stuff like that, but I feel like they're very lacking in profession aspects. And the only thing they have is world boss killing and PvP, I think. That's at least the older styles. So it is somewhat lacking, I feel like. But it's always been an interesting idea to like be able to play that game. And I think it would be fun to play it as a group. You know, have a group kind of set up to do world bosses, right? We go and kill like world bosses together as a group. Have somebody that's like not dedicated to being a healer but can heal. Someone that's kind of dedicated to being the tank and that's a DPS and just like go around the map and just killing world bosses would be kind of fun. Obviously that would lose its steam after a while as well. Like if you do that so many times, you're just gonna get bored of it. But that's like once again, my big problem with every game is there's nothing to do at the end of the game to have fun. You know, there's no enjoyable in-game loot other than PvP. Because even if it comes to raiding, if you have the raid gear, what's the point of running the raid? Right? You already have the gear from the raid. You already have best in slot gear. No reason to continuously run it unless you're helping other people do it, but then that gets boring, right? And then at the same time, once you have the best in slot gear and there's nothing to grind for past that point, what is there left to do in the game? Once again, it's a problem that every MMO has, and they always have had, and they always will have, is finding an in-game viable loop that's not PvP. Every game has missed the mark and has just failed miserably to acquire this one piece of the pie that has always been missing. It's been missing from every game for as long as I can remember. Alright, so we need to go to hippos. We need to do... Is there hippos in here? No, they're in here. I don't want to deal with these ones. There's no teleport. But there's some here. And then there's... We'll do the penguins after. Then we just need the desert cats. I need to find silver. I think I have the iron on me. Actually, I would have done the iron. Yeah, so we're gonna get some iron. Okay. Let's go find those two things. Silver and iron. Also, Tover, when Aro comes out, do you think they'll have a hardcore version? And if they do, did you want to play it? I highly doubt they'll have one. At least not on launch. And they probably won't have like an Iron Man version either. Yeah, as I said, regardless, I'm 100% playing the game. Like, I want to play it with you. I probably want to play it with Dig. Even if it's pay to win, I don't really care. As long as it's not pay to win to a point where if you swipe your credit card, I can never catch up. As long as it's not like that, I'll play it. And even if it is like that, I'll probably still play it. I'll just avoid PvP. Right. As long as it's like a traditional pay to win where it's like you're paying for advancement, like to advance faster or to like, level your character up faster or, skip the weapon grind because you're just buying the weapon, something like that. But you can get the same exact weapon if you put some effort into it. Like, as long as it's not stuff I can't obtain without spending money, I'm fine. But at the same time, like, even if it is, like, as long as I'm not doing PvP, it shouldn't really matter. All right. The hippos are done. Let's go do penguins. And then we just need to find some silver. Ask and you shall receive. Alright, and then we gotta do some desert farming. Oh. Yeah, it didn't even work out yesterday. I feel kind of blah about it. Because I got off stream and I sat there, I ate some pizza. And like 10 minutes later, I was like, nap, I'm going to bed. And I tried to take a nap before the wife got up and I couldn't nap. Which pissed me off even more. And then she got up, we went and did our errands. I got home, finally, laid down at like 2, and then I couldn't sleep either. So it's like I couldn't sleep all fucking day. I was so annoyed. So I'm hoping today, when she gets up, we have a couple errands to run. Hopefully we'll be home before noon. And then hoping I will be able to actually get a decent sleep. Bro, people are so dumb, Topher. I don't even have to do anything but open up my front door and look outside. Like, legit. What you got? They weigh the same amount! Oh my god. Honestly, though, I don't know what would be worth more money. Because, yeah, gold is per pound, right? It's a decent amount of money per pound. But if the money is weighed per pound as well, that's not telling you how much is in that pound. I mean, technically there is a weight, there is a monetary value assigned to that weight value because each bill weighs X amount, which equates to X, Y, or Z. But like, I don't know which one would be more lucrative. 1 kilogram of dollar bills or whatever it is. I don't know if they're dollar bills, $100 bills, or whatever. Yeah, it depends on the denominations, right? So if it's singles, fives, tens, 20s, or 50s, or hundreds, yeah, it just depends on what it is. But it does say US dollars. So if we had to guess, it would be a dollar bill, right? But if you look at the picture, it shows $100 bill. So if they're hundreds, that's not too terrible. But no matter how you look at it, like looking at that AI, even if it was 50 million, right? The gold is still worth more. It's worth 72 mil. But also a lot of like variations to this. Selling gold isn't, I wouldn't say hard, right? But you have to convert it. You can't go to the grocery store and hand them a block of gold and be like, "Hey, I'd like to buy groceries," right? You have to convert it. So you have to bring it somewhere that can actually buy your gold, and hopefully they don't lowball you too much, unless there's like an actual legit currency exchange for gold that pays the true value of the gold. I don't know if they do or don't. I don't know much about the gold. Um, but carrying a brick of gold somewhere to convert it into coins, like to money, is very heavy. It's just the gold might be worth more, but I think there's more hassle with the gold than there is with just the straight up $100 bills. So I'm looking in the terms of like convenience, right? I'll take a little less money for convenience. If you're gonna give me, 500 kilograms of freaking um of $100 bills, I can spend that easy. I can walk up to a store, I can spend $100 bill easy. No trying, no error. I can grab as many as a few $100 bills as I want. I don't have to bring a whole brick with me somewhere. Like, it's easy. Super simplistic. I can even put it in the fucking bank. You know what I mean? Like, very easy. But gold, a lot different. I'd have to either straight up convert the whole thing into cash and then put the cash away, or I'd have to take bits of gold here and there to convert it little at a time. Like, it's just, and like you said, depending on the purity of the gold, there's a lot of caveats in that. But I do like the guy's answer. They both weigh the same, which is hilarious because I'm assuming they thought it was one of those trick questions of which weighs more, you know, like 500 kilograms of feathers or 500 kilograms of rocks or something like that. That stupid riddle, and it's like they weigh the same. And I think that's the dumbass not actually reading what's being asked. They're just assuming. Which that person obviously never had the follow the instructions test in school. I don't know if any of you have ever taken that test, but some of my teachers would give us a test. It was literally, I think it was called the follow the instructions test, because the teacher would say, read all of the instructions before you take the test. Teachers would always tell you that, right? Read the instructions before you start your test. And kids would just start the test without reading it. So teachers started giving out the follow the instructions test, and the instructions literally starts telling you how to do the the paperwork, blah blah blah. And at the very like not the last sentence, but like a couple sentences before the like it's a big paragraph, right? A lot of reading. By the time you get about 2/3 of the way through it, it says, if you've made it this far into the instructions and you're still reading this, just put your name on the last line of the last question and turn your paper in. It's like you don't have to keep reading the rest of the sentence or something like that. It was just so funny. And then you see people like quickly like turning their paper in, and other kids are like trying to like, bro, how you done already? And they're like on like question 5 of like 50, and they're trying to like get through all the questions and trying to answer them all, and I'm just sitting there like, Bro, fucking read the instructions. Jesus Christ. That's the kind of guy that leaves that kind of answer on that post, Topher. So funny. All right. So I think we have everything. So we have, don't need this. We don't need feathers. We don't need tendons. Don't need these. Move these out of the way for now. All right. So we got the meat. We got the ostrich. We got these. We got that. We got this. This. We need the desert cat. We have this. We have that. And then we have that. Okay. So we're good on everything except the desert cat. And we have the iron. We have the silver. Takes care of that. And then we'll come back for all the other harvestables. But now we need desert cats. So we can go here, go over the desert cats, and we'll start working on gold, cobalt, addy, silver, or not silver, but sulfur. We have a lot of desert stuff to grab. And then we got the mist ones, which I think is we'll call it. Those are the roses. Yeah, so we need roses. We need dew. Bark. And then we need one dream leaf, it looks like. That's not too bad. Alright. Is there like a reason to do those harder versions? Like an achievement or something? Or some sort of unlock? Jeez. How many people actually have that done already? Oh, and then he added the difficult playthroughs after the fact. That kind of sucks. I mean, kind of nice because now you have something to shoot for, but also kind of sucks. Alright, so we don't need mist. Don't need this. Don't need these today. This. We don't have a problem with adding achievements, especially as you add content. But yeah, some of those game modes and some of those games, when people add achievements to do them, they're just ridiculous achievements. Like, good fucking luck. It's 90 and that, bro. Open the damn. Is it hot as fuck outside? If it's hot outside, then you're just fucked. But if it's colder outside, just open the damn windows. Fuck that shit. That's fucking hot. Alright, so we're done with moist. Alright, so we don't need roses anymore. We do need sparks and dews. Do a dollop of daisy. mats. We don't need sparks. We need these. We don't need this. Wait, did Edge go to bed? I forgot. Okay. I vaguely remember someone saying night or something, like good night to him, and I was like, wait, did he go to bed? I forgot. I know, bro, I told you, my mind is, it's at 50% of Rage's capacity. Right. My capacity is already less than most people. And I'm sleep deprived. I've been sleep deprived ever since my fucking vacation. My eyes are getting all like burny. I need to, but I gotta stay up. Like, I might get off early again today and try and take a nap. The problem is, I think that today, I think this week's workout session is just fuck. Maybe I'll do a workout on Sunday and I'll just do a full body workout on Sunday instead of doing upper body, lower body. Because, like, I could do upper body today and lower body tomorrow and it'd be fine. Instead of doing 3 days of workouts like I planned on doing. But I'm just so fucking drained, so tired. Yeah, if only, man. Gotta go wake the wife up. Actually, she doesn't even have to wake up. I'm okay with that too. She can stay asleep if she wants. I just need 5 minutes of your undivided sleep. Not the mood for anime tonight, bro. I'm not either. I'm just too tired. Like, I've been rewatching all of the Shangri-La Frontier, and I'm just, I can't do it. Oh, fuck. Cooper, how many seasons of Shangri-La are out right now that you know of? How many seasons of Shangri-La Frontier are there right now? Netflix just got season 2, but I don't know how many seasons there are in total. Have you never watched it before, Topher? Or are you rewatching it? It's a really good show. For a gaming anime, it's pretty good. I mean, if you watch anime every day, binge watching it for years on end, I wouldn't say it loses its like, you know what I mean, like your fire or your enthusiasm for it or whatever. But it has less of an impact on you when you've seen so many animes. It's kind of like every anime is like a reiteration of each other. You know what I mean? There's so many that are so similar to each other. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at how many animes there are and you can compare them to each other, like, there's a standout handful that obviously are above and beyond the rest, but then all the other ones, they kind of are like knockoffs, you know, of like the staples. That's at least how I see it. Like I haven't watched nearly as much anime as you guys have, and like I've already noticed that there's a lot that just don't hold my interest because it's like, oh, this is just like this other anime I watched, and I don't have the interest to keep watching it. Um, where do boats go when they are sick? The boat dock. Ha! Because they have to be docked. Ha! Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it gets worse with age, Topher, but I think as you get older, less things interest you, so it feels like it's worse. Does that make sense? Like that's the problem I have with games now, right? Is games don't hold my interest because I've played so many games that every game is like the same game. So there's nothing new. There's nothing like different. There's nothing, you know what I mean, out of the norm, out of the ordinary. It's just like, oh, I did this 10 minutes ago on another game. And I feel like that's holding true with most things. Like animes are the same way, TV shows are the same way, you know, food, like everything. I've experienced so much of it already that when you're not experiencing new experiences, then you know the enthusiasm and the excitement for things goes down, and when you don't have as much excitement or entertainment from it, it doesn't elicit the same response or retention, right? Which is why I think like ADHD gets worse with age because you've experienced so many things that it's not keeping your interest for as long as it used to. You know, does that make sense? So I wouldn't say your ADHD is getting worse. I would just say with all your life experiences as they've come along, piece by piece, step by step, that it's not giving you as much bang for the buck, right? You know, eating a slice of pizza. If you eat that same slice of pizza once a week, every week, first week or two, it might be great pizza, but by the third or fourth or fifth week or the fucking 30th week, are you still looking forward to that pizza? You know what I mean? All right, let's see what we got here. Um, I think we have this. 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 I think the only thing we're missing is some gold. Real quick. I think let's go. I think we're done in the desert. I needed to do I had lunch today, I think. I haven't logged into it in a couple days. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. Is like I feel like there's like an interest like wave where it's like when you're younger, everything kind of interests you, but you don't get to experience a whole lot when you're younger because you're limited by what, your parents or, where you live or your money or you have limitations placed on you as you're younger. And then as you get older, your limitations start to kind of get removed a little at a time, right? Whether it's parental blockage or monetary blockage or age restrictions or whatever, things start becoming available to you as you get older. But then you start hitting this plateau of like you've started experiencing new things and you've been having a good time and, you know, new experiences all the time. And as you get these new experiences, you get less and less new experiences. You get less and less, you know, things that are interesting you because you've experienced things. Like I said, as you get older, that graph starts to go down because there's less new experiences, less new interactions, less new things, right? So you don't elicit the same responses from the same things that you did in the past. So it's one of those things where it starts off, it's like, yeah, you don't have a lot of interest, you don't have a lot of this, you don't have a lot of that, and it's like, okay, and then you start like that graph starts to pick up because you start hitting things that you normally wouldn't hit or wouldn't be able to see or experience, and then you start to experience those things, and then the graph goes like wild, right? It's like, oh, I've experienced all these new things and it's so good, it's so great. And then but once you've experienced all those things for the first time, the next time you experience them in a different scenario, it's not as enjoyable because it's not new, it's not fresh, right? 8 weeks without Ender Captain. I kind of forgot about my shinies, if I'm being honest. I still have those 4N, trying to get them to level 20. It's gonna take a while. Oh. Alright, one thing we gotta run around and just get the 5 rips out of the way, because I didn't do it yesterday. And it's such good XP. We did get 73 today and 40% already. That's just crazy. But yeah, Tover, I need to, like I said, I don't want to quit this game because I do want to try to finish this game. Like, I think my true goal is to stick this game out as long as I can to actually finish all 100 professions. Like, all level 100 professions. I think that I really need to do it because you know how many games I've started as an Ironman to try to complete, and I've given up like a quarter of the way in or halfway through and just switched to another game because I got bored. I think I need to just stick it out, suck it up, and just finish it so I can move on and not think back, and not come back, kind of thing. I think at some point I just need to do that, and I think I need to do that with like just put my foot down and just start with this game, which sucks because I would like to try other games sooner than later, and if this is gonna take me 6 months to finish, that's 6 months I gotta wait to play another game. But I need to figure out what my next game is gonna be anyway. Because yeah, there's that Ragnarok that's coming out. There's those other couple games that you gave me playtests for that look pretty fun. But we also have yeah. We also have ESO I've never dove into. We have Final Fantasy 14 that I never played since the open beta and the original open beta, which was fucking dreadful. But I never really got into Final Fantasy 14. I never played Albion. So I have a handful that are on my list to play. The problem is there's a lot of other games that are I wouldn't say on my list, but they kind of are on my list. Um, like Bitcraft, right? Waiting for Bitcraft to fully come out, and I wanted to dive into that for a while, even though it kind of got relatively bad reviews. Um, but there's just lots of games that I always wanted to play, and problem is I can play them offline, but I feel like it's like a disservice to all you guys that I'm playing these games offline and you don't get to experience them with me. I know most of you don't give a shit. And I can always piss off Topher and be like, yo, Topher, I can't find a game to play. We're gonna go and play either Dungeons and Liberty or First Descendant. I'll see how long Topher sticks around if I boot up one of those games. We also have Windcraft that I wanted to go back and play. Yeah, I mean, I've done that, Ronan, and I don't have a problem with Minecraft servers. I just don't like inviting everybody because there's too many trolls, too many griefers, and then the Minecraft community is pretty dog shit. Not gonna lie. Everybody knows what's best. Everybody, if you don't do what they think is the best, the most min-max, their ideas, if you're not using the mods that they recommend, then you're dog shit. You're an idiot. You're fucking, not worth watching, and just they want to argue with you and fight with you and tell you you're an idiot and you're never gonna get anywhere. And oh my god, bro, playing Hypixel ruined my whole fucking soul. But I did do a playthrough of Infinity Evolved Reloaded mod pack for a while there. Had people joining us on and off, playing with us and stuff. That was pretty fun, but there was too many trolls and too many like griefers and stuff going on, so it's not really worth the time and the effort and the energy that goes into that. So I typically stay away from that. Now, the only Minecraft I will play are multiplayer servers where griefing isn't really as much of a problem, aka Hypixel or um Windcraft or something like that, because I'm definitely interested in playing an Ironman playthrough of Windcraft. So we started our playthrough the other day. I wouldn't say the other day, but um like before this game came out. I would say like January, February. So we had to get to level, I think it was level 50 in the standard playthrough to unlock Ironman. So we got a power level from somebody to push us to level 50 to unlock Ironman. So when we go back to playing it, we can do a full series of Ironman playthrough on Windcraft. I'm looking forward to that at some point too, but I don't know. Yeah, man. I'm struggling so hard right now. Ronan, if you need any help, let me know. I don't mind. Like now that my tokens are done, you're probably in an ad, so I'll wait. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. No, we're not an ad. So it's not so much a mod pack, Ronan. It's a multiplayer server that the server itself is modded, and it turns it into an MMORPG where you have classes, abilities, cities with quest lines and dungeons, like all sorts of shit. It's just massive. Like, see if I can pull up the map really quick. This is the official Windcraft map. So you start here, right? And then you got like level 5s and level 10 zones and level 20 zones around here. You work your way to like the level 10 city, the level 15 cities, the level 20 cities. Then you got the level 30 cities over here. And then you got the ocean, which is like 25 and 30s. I'm over here on this island right now on my main character, which is like a level 50 zone. I was getting carried a little bit. But then you got this whole continent over here, which is like 60s, like 50s, 40s, and all the way up to 90s. And then they got this area over here, which is another 90 zone. They got this new area over here, level 100 plus. They got this level like 40 to 50 zone over here. It goes all the way to like 70s over here. You got this zone over here that's level 100 plus. And they're adding to the game all the time. It's a massive game. Absolutely massive. But like I said, they have like different types of weapons. There's crafting, there's professions, there's Windcraft. That bear's like, hell no. The bear's like, hell no, get that dog away from me. That bear wanted nothing to do with that dog. But yeah, I don't know. Have you ever played Hypixel, Ronan? Hypixel is kind of the same way, but Hypixel is a little more divided, I would say. They have a lot more division between their zones and stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of similar to Hypixel, but a lot more in depth. Like they legit have dungeons with bosses and different level zones. It's all one open world with mounts and fast travels and other people you see in the world and stuff. But you can play it 100% by yourself. You don't have to play it with people. And then they have different game modes as well. So you can play like Ironman. I think there's a hardcore mode. Like they have different like, you know what I mean, game modes and stuff. There's a lot of different builds. There's like healers, ranged, tanks, melee, you know, DPS, daggers, abilities. Every there's like all sorts of like talent trees and stuff and talent points and spells and abilities and just all sorts of shit, man. It's just they've gone and there's like hidden like achievement things and like hidden like discoverable areas and like all sorts of cool stuff and like the different cities and stuff. So, and like I said, it might not be your cup of tea, but it's a wild play game. It's like absolutely a wild game to play. But like I said, if you're playing this run, if you need help, like do you need help like grinding XP, getting through your quests, maybe finding some horses, um, any TLDR stuff you need or anything like that? I'm around. Like I said, I got all my stuff done for the day, so I'm just kind of chilling. Yeah, so if you want, Ronan, I can level you to 50 really fast. Because the hardest part about the storyline is getting to level 50. So if you want to take a minute to just party up with me, um, we can go to a zone and I can kill some mobs and just let you leech XP. Now I've never tested it, but I'm wondering if you'll get full XP if I kill like a level 75 mob when you're like level 30 or 40, um, without you actually having to hit it. Not sure. I'd have to try it. Oh yeah, if you're in bed, don't worry about it. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. It's just some days I'm free with like nothing to do, and then other days I'm not free. Uh, so it's just like, well, this is one of the days that I got done pretty quickly. So I'm just chilling. It's 2 a.m. and I'm tired. Like I said, I don't want to get off early, but I might get off early. Problem is, like, I don't know what's been wrong with me the last couple weeks. I went on vacation. When I got back from my vacation, I haven't been sleeping well, and my stream has been all over the place. Normally, I get on at like 11, 11:30, and then I stream until 5 a.m., sometimes 6 a.m., and I haven't streamed until 5 or 6 a.m. like a single time since I've been back. It's been really bad. I've just been so tired, zero energy, constantly sleeping. Granted, I have been like, wouldn't say on a diet, but I've like been watching what I eat a little bit more and working out a lot more. So I am burning a lot more energy and I have less energy because I'm not eating as much. But I don't think that's truly the problem. It's literally I'm struggling to stay asleep. I'm struggling to get to sleep and I'm struggling to stay asleep. Nah, it's all good, Ronan's all good. If you're, like I said, if you're in bed, if you're sleeping, if you're chilling, you're getting ready for bed and you're listening to my wonky voice to get, you know, tired to go to sleep, hey, more power to you. Like I said, we will be back on tomorrow. We work Wednesday, on Monday and Tuesday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. So we'll be streaming Sunday night, which is tomorrow, and then we'll be streaming Wednesday and Thursday next week.
Now.
So thanks for the hydrate, mate. I appreciate it. Oh, Topher doesn't know how to like get off the internet. Wait, is he deleting the grout lines? Bro, did somebody go in there with a fucking permanent marker and draw lines on the smooth surface? Wow. That's crazy. Because, I mean, you think about it. You go into a lot of those bathrooms and they have those tiny tiles like that. Like the guy went in there and spent like 3 days drawing those lines for this guy to just show up with a power mop and just clear it all out. That's so funny. All right. Are we going to be douche nozzles and AFK farm ores while playing Eidolon? Bro, you don't know me very well yet, Ronan. If you stick around more, you will. I don't do social media and I don't do the news. I pretty much strictly stay away from both of those. And Reddit is kind of in that same category. Like, I don't mind clicking on things that Topher sends me because Topher tends to send me a lot of things that he knows that I'll be interested in. But like you said, you go down that rabbit hole of Reddit, you can end up in some kind of scary places. And I'd rather not, if I'm being completely honest. I would definitely rather not. There's a lot of animals. What the hell? There's like so many animals right here. What the fuck? There's like squirrels, rabbits, turtles. Galore. Look how many turtles there are. What in the shit? Bro, we need turtles. Turtle, 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 turtle. Alright, we're just gonna chill here. Alright, well, we're just gonna AFK here while we play Eidolon. Alright, Ronan, you want a single player game? You want a game that is technically an MMO that you can play with other people, kind of, but it's mostly a single player game? Got you a game right here. Called Eidolon, boys. What is that? Is that beef? Oh, it's duck. Never had duck before. Alright, so I'm gonna be real with you. I do not like broth. I don't like soups. I don't like broth. I don't like liquidy foods. But that looks fucking delicious. Like, if I'm being completely honest, over when I make like ramen, you know, the instant ramen at home, I drain out the soup and I put the seasoning on the noodles directly with butter, and I completely avoid the liquid. I feel like if this didn't have the liquid, like if they drained like 90% of the liquid out and left just a little bit at the bottom, I'd probably eat the fuck out of that. God, that looks delicious. Look at all that grease on top of it, though. Oh my god. That's just too much liquid. I can't do it. Is that a Steam game? Wait, what? What? What are we talking about? Yeah, so Ronan, so Eidolon is played in 3 different forms. You can either play it on your phone, Steam, or web browser, and they, as long as you log in and you actually create a login using like an email address, you can log into all three of the device, like the separate platforms with the same login and progress it. Progress it. That sounds so weird. You can prog on all of them. Downloading my phone right now. But yeah, we played the fuck out of this game. Oh, it was an update, of course. Shocker. I forgot. Um. So it's just like any other idle game. I'll just give you the quick rundown, Ronan. Just like any other idle game, but the way that this idle game works is, as you progress the game, instead of just doing the hey ascensions and rebirths constantly to make yourself stronger and stronger, this one is as you make your character stronger and you push through the game, you open up new worlds which unlock more skills, and each skill like meshes with the previous skills, and each skill makes the previous skills stronger. So as you go through and you unlock more abilities and more skills and more talent trees and stuff, it kind of turns into this spider web of interconnecting skills and abilities that all intertwine together, making the complexity of the game exponentially bigger as you get further into the game. So instead of that simplistic, boring, okay, I leveled the guy to 50, I have to ascend him. Oh, I got to level 75, ascend him. I got to level 100, ascend him. Oh, I got 250, let's do a rebirth. Oh, I got him back to 50, let's ascend him again. Like, instead of that just constant, repetitive, just stupid progressional growth, it's purely level up this skill, level up this skill, level up this skill, kill these mobs, grow your damage by getting better gear and leveling up your skills and putting stats and ability, like, putting points into the skills that are leveling up your characters and your overall account growth to get your account stronger. And then you can have up to 11 characters now, and each character obviously brings even more growth to the account, and it's just a progressional game. Pretty fun if you like that kind of stuff. 17,000. It does, but I leave it actively playing in the background 95% of the time. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a game that you can play 100% active from the day you start playing until the day you stop playing. But as you can tell, like, look, I have a 1 day and 22 hours of AFK on all of my characters except for this guy is 22 hours. And I have 11 characters. They just gave us the 11th character. So it's a lot of AFK time as well, right? So it's one of those things like yes, you can put a lot of hours into it, but since there's the auto fighting feature, there's a lot of stuff in the game that requires you to actively kill while logged into the game to farm certain things that you can't do while the game is closed. So a lot of people just turn the game on like this, minimize it, and go play Counter-Strike, right? So you leave it on for days at a time sometimes, or the entire day while you're playing other games while it's automatically fighting for you and stuff. And you end up, accumulating a good chunk of playtime. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. So we're kind of ADD, and we tend to play lots of games at the same time. We can't stick to just playing one game at a time. Caught me off guard. I mean, did you not see my my BDO hours too? 12,000 hours in BDO. That's a lot of AFKing as well. I was doing a lot of horse running and fishing in BDO. I mean, my CS hours are like nothing. I think I even took CS off my list. Let's look at CS. Hold on. So, Call of Duty, I have like very little hours in Call of Duty. Which is funny because I played a lot of Modern Warfare 2 and a lot of Modern Warfare 3, and there's very little hours on these. Which is mind-blowing that there's only 600 hours on that. But, let's see here. So, my 1.6, it says I have 56 hours in this game, which is insane. There's no way I played 56 hours of this game. Condition 0, 500 hours, absolute zero chance that I've only played almost 600 hours of this game. I used to play over 80 hours a week, and I played this game religiously for over 10 years. And then, like I said, Source, I hardly ever played it. And then, CS2, I have 1,800 hours in this game and I barely played it. So the fact that I have 3 times the amount of hours in this game that I've barely played versus a game that I played religiously for 10 years, almost 15 years probably, somewhere between 10 and 15 years, I only have less than 600 hours. It's bullshit. So but I got, once again, these are games that I played before they were counting time. But we have tons of games, bro. Like, absolute ridiculous amounts of games. But most of them don't have huge hours either. Like, First Ascendant we played for like 100 hours. Lost Ark we didn't play for very long. Grim Dawn we didn't play for a whole lot of time. Like, most of our games we kind of stopped playing around 100 hours. Diablo? I had Diablo 1 on PlayStation, and I played it on my next door neighbor's Mac. I I never really got into Diablo 2. I own it. I played a very small amount of it. Never huge fan of it. It was okay. Diablo 3, played the fuck out of it. Diablo 4, I played it when it first came out, and when they released the game, I played the shit out of it. And then the month later they brought out season 1, and it kind of just ruined the game for me, and I never went back. I'm not a PoE player. I mean, sorry, I'm not a Diablo player. I'm a Path of Exiles player. You have to multiply this probably by 5, because for the first like 6 years the game was out, I played on the standalone version and not on the Steam version. And I played way more hours when I first started playing the game than I do now. I probably have close to 10,000 hours of Path of Exiles. You open it, you bro. It's so funny you say that. Every time I'm playing PoE, someone comes into my stream and they're like, "Hey, I was thinking about playing Path of Exiles. You got any, advice, or could you explain the game a little bit to see, if I like it or whatever?" I opened the skill tree. I was like, "Do you still want to play?" Just like, it's so bad. It's so true though, man. The skill tree is so bad. Here's the thing. The more you play the game, the more builds you play, the more you interact with it, the less daunting the skill tree becomes. Because there's staple areas, there's staple skills, there's staple passives to pick up, to play the same way on different builds, or things that you always pick up on every build, or things like that. It's so much easier. Bro, so PoE 2 might be more streamlined, but it's so much more of a pain in the ass. Like, it is so much more mentally draining than PoE 1 is. It's so much slower paced. The actual completion of the axe is such a fucking daunting, annoying task to get through. It hurts my fucking soul to even get through the campaign in PoE 2. PoE 1, I can literally close my eyes and just bum rush it and not know what's going on, and I'm through it by the time I even think about it. But fucking, bro, PoE 2 can suck it. Like, I like it, but I really hate it at the same time. When are we gonna get green water? Finally unlocked green water, and I don't even think it's out yet. But yeah, if you ever need help with PoE, like if you ever want to get into PoE, Ronan, let me know. Every time we have a new league of PoE, we play PoE on stream, and we help people. We help them get through the campaign. We explain to them like little tips and tricks on how to get through it faster and better. We help them find a build. We help them put their characters together. We answer questions. We tell them where they're going wrong. We do our best to get people into PoE, because PoE is a great game, but it's one of those games that is impossible to get into unless somebody holds your hand and gives you the information. It's like you need a PhD in Path of Exiles to even play it. It's such a daunting task to get into the game that we take it upon ourselves for anybody that does come into the stream to help them learn the game and get into it. Because, like I said, it is one of those games that once you get into it, it's a fabulous game. It is a great palate cleanser. Like, if you can get into the game, it's a good... Every league is a good palate cleanse from whatever you're grinding to pass time and to kind of just get you reinvigorated to get back to your normal grind. So we do our damnedest to try and help people learn the game. Build guides do help, Baki. It's about like, yeah, finding like, so what the way I like to do it, Baki, is I like to have the conversation to figure out like what kind of player they are. Are they a glass cannon player? Are they a ranged player? Are they a magic player? Are they a melee player? Are they a tanky player? Like how they want to play. And then we go through a bunch of skills, because the biggest thing is finding a skill that appeals to them aesthetically and their play style, and then finding them a build that suits them, right? That's the biggest thing about Path of Exile, is finding a skill that suits them and then finding a build with that skill that suits them. Once, like for me, once I found Righteous Fire, I've never gone back. I play Righteous Fire every single league, and I have a blast every single league. I love it. But it's because it took me 4 years to find the skill that I like, and once I found it, I've never gone back. I tried so many different builds, so many different skills, so many different variations of things, and I just couldn't settle on a skill that I liked. And once I found one, I'll just never think twice about playing anything else. Oh man. And that's the thing, Ronan, is you don't know what you don't know. And that's like one of the big things around my stream is you the age old saying, you don't know what you don't know, is totally true. If you don't know something exists, you don't know how to Google it, right? You don't know to even ask the question. So when you do have a regular question, you asked it, right? But if I just give you the straight up cookie cutter answer without explaining anything or going into any detail, it doesn't help you, right? Doesn't give you enough knowledge or information to really push you along or to teach you anything, right? So I tend to over explain things and show things and go a lot more into detail than I need to really help people, because as I'm verbally throwing up all over your face with information that's going right over your head, some things prompt questions. You're like, oh wait, that's a thing? I didn't know that, right? Oh, that's a thing? Oh, hell yeah, I didn't know that either. Like, it's that kind of conversations that help you learn. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. So what's the purple reset versus the yellow reset? And how do I have three? I'm so confused. Okay, so purple resets the ranks and yellow resets these points, I'm assuming. I don't know what happened last month over. I think, oh, that was the vacation month, so I didn't really do anything. Okay, so we're just gonna go boom and boom for now. I don't know how to get these points yet. I just happen to click on it as I'm going through the stuff. So sorry, when's the next league? So the leagues are 4 months apart. PoE 2 just came out, so in 2 months the next league will be running. And burn some ladies. Oh god, that's funny. Yeah, so roughly 2 months, Ronan, will be the next Path of Exiles 1 league. Oh, oh, you got time. That is that character. So, time to go claim our Omniprocs. Alright guys, give me just a second, I'll be right back. Oh, alright. Yeah, my auto mod is a little sensitive because I have it set up like more of like a moderate to a higher level, and then I just allow things through. And a lot of things people don't say in my chat all that often, so that's why you're getting hit with some of these. Because, like I said, like the variation or spelling differences or capitals versus not capitals, some things get through that normally, you know, don't get through or whatever. So I just have to allow them through as they come through. Happens. You're gonna have an ad in a few minutes, guys, or in a few seconds. All right, so what would you guys say I need to go and look at for this new update? I already checked out the cooking. I need to go do Rift, right? Yeah, I gotta go do my rift, right? When you go do cereal. Yeah, I'll give it a once I do my Omniprox, I'll go and take care of it. I need to do my Kilroy soon too. Alright, sounds good, Ronan. It sounds good. If you have questions about this, chime in the Discord. Lots of us play this game. Or you can wait till stream days and then I can just show you and explain a lot to you. But if you do get into this game, let us know and we'll help you out best we can. But I appreciate you. Have a good night. Sleep tight. I'll talk to you later. See you. Bye. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Alright, so this is AFK. Okay, so we're not doing that one. What about next winning? Okay, so this is gonna win. So should I wait 4 days? Or is my Kilroy gonna be not available in 4 days? Okay, so technically I have 1 day. So should I save my Kilroy till the last day? Well, this says I have basically 5.5 days until this resets. And then the World 7 says it's 4.5 days. Technically, I have 1 day in between the two. So if I wait and I get 260% of whatever this is gonna, I mean, maybe that is the actual number. Maybe it's just gonna be 8 times. I don't know if that's just the already number or if it's this times this. I don't know. But anyway, should I just? I think I should just wait and then just do it then. It requires all 11 characters? What do you mean? I have to put all 11 there for some apparent reason? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, for Rip, but like, why do I need all 11 characters? Like, what is the exact thing that it asks you to get all 11? Sailing, gardening. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. One of these days I'll get this crop thing to move my button past 51. Alright. That's fine. I don't really like doing that because then I have to remember what my characters were doing, but it's fine. I'm currently letting this guy just farm the snails because I'm using it to level up my alchemy bubble. Like, what are we sitting at now? 6 million of them. Not too terrible. Yeah. So we can do this one now. Get ready to do that one again another day. All right. Oh, so I had to level up Salt Lake again. Okay. That's done. I don't really do my arcade all that much. Like, I claim my balls, but I don't actually use my balls. It's all good. If it hits it, it hits it. Yeah, like I said, if it hits it, it hits it. If not, I'm just holding on to it, man. I don't really care. Um, but so is this the one, the Cooking Master EXP that I should invest into? Looks like a relatively expensive one too. It starts off at 20 instead of 5. Yeah, I'm not gonna go all the way to 100, but I will get a pretty good chunk by going to 50. I mean, I need to level them for sure. I didn't want to burn all my things on just one thing, you know? Because I hadn't done the fountain one either. I hardly ever spend my shit in here. No! No! No, I did it 2 times before. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I have faith. I have faith. Jeez. All right. All right. So all of that is done. We're now left with Rift. Wait, oh, is that the new Salt Lick? I forgot about that. Really? All right. One at a time. I do need to get to the new mob, do the new vial. Really? Wait, what do you need more vial rolls for? Is there another vial that they just put out too? Other than the Other than the drop rate one that you were talking, the ship one? Is there another one? Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, almost done here. Oh, you got the 20? Nice. I think I just hit like level 8 or something like that. I go to 25 now? Oh my god. Bro, I didn't even get to 20 yet. Why you gotta do this to me? Alright. So we got this. Yeah. Raised by +5, so now 25. Ah! Alright, so what do we gotta do now? 505 minutes? Oh, this is a counter. Oh my god. I probably shouldn't be doing it on this guy. I have a T19, mate. And I think a T18. Yeah, we're gonna do it on a different character. This guy. Yeah, I was gonna do it on the AC. Just for the consistent respawns. Consistent respawns and then the blanketing with the skulls. I don't know if I have the WoW. I might. I'm not worried about leaving him here AFK for that anyway. Can we go down a floor? And yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ. There's only like 500 kills. I'm not really worried about it. So just kill things? Give me a second. Oh, all right. Only up to 900 or 5,000. Ugh. Got this, Topher. Keep on candying, man. Keep on candying. Oh, you're talking about this, mate? After I do the 5,000? My thing is, like, why add another goal? Like, this, do you actually unlock something for completing this one? Or does this not, unlock something? Because, like, why add 3 new portals if only one of them unlocks something? Oh, it does? Okay. I was gonna say, like, what's the point of having an unlock, like, a portal if it doesn't unlock something? Let me guess. It says, there's no bonus for this yet. Please come back again another time. Yeah, so what did I miss? I know there was one thing I missed. So I unlocked Salt Lick, but I haven't touched it yet. Kind of tinkered with the arcade, but I'm not going to really mess with it. Did the cooking. I did the rift. The 5,000 skull thing is just annoying. I think it's better than getting the lava skull one 3 times. Like, that one sucks. Getting the lava skull one 3 times fucking is so annoying. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before I level up another research point. God, Topher. So many candies. What you need to do, Topher, is you need to spend all of your Kilroy materials on buying candies so you can get the perma green stack for the candies. And then use the craft to craft them up into the higher tier ones to get you the green stack of the high tier ones too. That's what you really need to do. Then you get to use all your candies. Yeah, green stacks, baby. Let's go. Then you get to use all the big candies you want, and Gmush farm to your heart's content. Oh god, I don't know what to level up here. What do I level up? Goal, right? Yeah, no, I was just going until it told me I couldn't anymore. I don't know what to do here because obviously I kind of want to level up this to get less mobs for the charge, right? And this one to spawn more mobs if I can. Yeah, 15th mob minus 10. So those are two pretty good ones. But what else do I put in here? Do I go for like more tachyons, more damage? I have a few points I can use. I just don't know how many. Which one's that? Oh yeah, I already did that one. I mean, he's only at 500, but yeah, so I did Arcane Crystal and I did Backup Energy. So this is at negative 10 kills, and this is at 15 mops per. And then I did my Skull, and then I did the Tesseract itself for boosting Tachyons found. So from here I have 445 more points, and I'm basically thinking I can either do the Overwhelming Energies so I can get even higher crystal benefits from crystalling, doing crystals on certain locations, which I don't really take advantage of right now, so it's like kind of useless. Um, I could do just more damage, so like put stuff into arcane form, ghastly power for more damage as well. I can also do the accuracy one for doing the harder mobs, the crit chance. So, I mean, I could just do these ones for just like these four for just like raw damage output, possibly. That's probably what I'll just do. But I can't even do all of them, so I'm just gonna do both of those for just more damage, I guess. I don't have enough points. So it is what it is. Close enough. I'm happy with that. I just haven't tinkered with the points in a long time. Oh man, alright, it's 3 a.m. Oh, ah. I think once I get through the update stuff, I'm gonna call it a night. Sorry, mate. Zipper? Ooh, okay, we can look at that. Super bit. Which one is it? Is it this one? Can't afford it anyway, but the cooking mastery one. Interesting. Okay, not terrible. Yeah, I should save up and just get this one, and then probably this one. But yeah. So we got this 10th one, which is really nice. We're currently working on this one to be be our next 10th, uh, 10 plant. And then we got 9 on pretty much everything else, except for this is only at like 7. So we're getting pretty close to the end. I think some of these are only at 8 as well. Yeah, so this is at 8. I think this one's at 8. Possibly this one at 8. I think most of mine are actually at 8. I have a lot to work on in here. I just haven't really made any good progress. Alright, that's done. Alright, we're 63. Beat the mega monster who can self-heal on 4 characters. You've done 1 so far. Wait, what? Who's done it? Why can't I click this guy? Oh, that was easy. Okay. Give me a second, guys. Oh, it's back. Sorry. Oh my god. Yo, Topher going ham on them Gmush kills. Finally, ad break. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish up Rift, man. Um, and I think I'm just gonna call it at night after that. I'm just getting tired. I think I just need to relax, watch some TV, and relax. Like, you're not wrong. Spelunking would be a good thing. I could care less about spelunking. Like, my spelunking isn't very far along. I'm only at basically one double Q or triple Q right now. I just can't be bothered to fucking touch it. I just despise it. Like, I've gotten a total of 62 discoveries and 6 grand discoveries. I got 2 here, two there, and that's it. Like, I haven't even pushed and killed this one yet. I just fucking hate it, bro. Just one of the most skills I hate the most. All right, so can I progress further? Yeah, so it's the same thing. Rift guy. Hey, it's Rift guy. You know, I know. I'm kind of a big deal. Anyway, there isn't anything else that you're unlocking in the moment Rift right now. So yeah, stuff and things and stuff. Oh, 30 seconds. Let's go, Topher. That's some huge money. All right, now I gotta figure out where my characters go again. So this guy is here. Still doing these guys. This guy was. Oh my god. Place lags so bad. He's still killing the first dudes along with this guy. So pretty much everybody that's a master class is just combating on the first fish. And then I did have this guy killing manta rays, but you guys said the new zone is it's here, right? Is it down here? All 11 characters? Well, that's what we're doing today. Everybody's just going to go there and fight. I didn't realize I needed all 11 of them. That's fine. We'll just put them all there. Let them do their thing. I mean, I might as well get the vial. The vial will be helpful for me, so. I mean, at the end of the day, honestly, these guys were just sitting and spelunking anyway. Uh, just getting the thingies for the vial, because I was trying to max level the vial for it. So it's not too huge of a problem. This guy was working on 6-starring all of my oh, this guy's got a ways to go. He's working on 6-starring all of my profession or skill cards. That's what he was working on. Can do it that one later. And then yeah, other than the so I'm gonna try and unlock the DR multi-vial, yeah. Trying to get all the vials unlocked and leveled up. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm trying to get all the vials leveled up and unlocked, and I'm trying to get all of my cards to 6-star. So I did everything but the forge, and I got a question on the forge. How do I do the different forge ones? Like, how do I get like the basic forge one versus the cinder forge one, right? Versus I don't know if there's another one or not. It's the ore. Okay, I don't know. So I'm doing high level ores, and I was getting the basic fire forge. Because the only thing in my forge right now is I have marble, dreadleo, I think starfire, and whatever this top tier one is. I have the top 4 in there, and I'm getting the basic bitch shit. Bro, how is his 11th character only claiming 25 at a time? I don't even have a bag on my 11th character. Look at this. I don't even have a bag on my 11th character. And this motherfucker claims more than my archer does. Like, look at the carry cap. My mining. 94,000 mining carry cap. I don't even have a bag on them. No, bars are mining. Bars are 100% mining. Cause like, I don't remember who it was. I think it's this guy has the smallest bag. Oh, I got a card. Let's go. Yeah, 63,000. This guy. He has the smallest bag, right? I'm pretty sure 63,000 is my smallest bag. And like, this is 500,000, right? You see how I only came 63K? But you see how I'm getting basic Fire Forge cards for claiming these? Yo, we're at 4-star though. Well, I was wondering if it had something to do with the other forge further in. Because there's another forge, remember? On one of the platforms inside the cave. I thought maybe that had something to do with it. Yeah, so then I'm just lost. I don't know how to get the other, because I've obviously claimed some of them. That I got it to a 3-star somehow. But I mean, if you look at it, it does say plat, dementium, and void. But this one just says copper and iron and gold. So why am I getting it on the higher tier stuff as well? I feel like if it was random, I would have got some of these cards. I would have had a 4-star by now. Yeah, so I probably have to do platinum, dementium, and void then. Yo, what up, boss? You came from New World, assuming you're just grinding quests. Trying to think of the best way to explain it. There's not very much questing, boss. Let me just look at what we got. Okay, so we can close this up. We can let this do a thing. So when it comes to this game, boss, it's heavy PvP oriented, and with that in mind, if you're a PvP person, yeah, there's not a lot of actual info. So what exactly are you looking for? Like, are you looking for like a heavy PvP focused game? Or are you looking for like open world stuff to do? Like, what exactly are you looking to get out of the game? And I'll give you the info you're looking for. Like, I can give you more information than you need, but if you don't care about it, there's no point in me talking about it, you know? Yeah, I got you. Okay. So to start things off, I would try all the weapons and try both sides of each tree while you're like early levels, just to kind of get an idea. So basically level everything up to like level 6, put 1 point in each skill, give them a testicle, see if you like them. Keep in mind that a lot of skills or weapons don't have like life sustain or survivability without having auto potions. Okay. Once you find a weapon, stick with it, and when you get to the end of your quest line at level 50, you're gonna be able to pick a legendary level 50 weapon to carry you into level 60. So that's why it's kind of important to figure out what weapon you want to do, because once you have that weapon, you're stuck with it till 60, which honestly not that big of a deal. 60 doesn't take very long. And then you farm up a new weapon on your way to 60, and then you put on the 60 weapon, and then you grind that one until you're 75, and then you put the 75 one on until you hit 100, and you just rinse and repeat the process. Um, but you can always change up your build whenever you want. You can put on a different weapon, just like New World. The difference is you level them up more like Throne and Liberty than New World. So you need to farm books and materials. Not materials, but you just need to farm the books or buy them from other players to level the skills up. And then you have to use the skills to level them up to get the points to actually apply and level the skills up. And you can't max out every skill. I think you have a total of 100 points, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Maybe close to 100 points between the 6 skills, and each skill maxes out at level 25. So as you can expect, you put 1 point into each one, and you can't level 25 all of them. You can only level 25 3 of them, and then the other one is like level 22 or something like that, and then you're stuck, right? Blast cannon in range. Okay, that's pretty sick. Okay, we can talk about some range skills then. Musket, bow, rapier. Okay, did you use the rapier as more of like a utility getaway kind of block running mechanic, and then you use the bow and musket for like the damage? All right, so we'll start. We'll just go one piece at a time for you, boss, and we'll go over everything. Take notes if you have to. Go back in the VOD. I do save my VODs to YouTube, so you can always go back and rewatch it if you want. But I'm trying to go over as much as I can in as much detail as I can, but not like ramble too much. I'll try and give you as much information as you need. Yeah, it's fine. I was just kind of getting an idea of like your play style, because I usually try to focus on the play style of the person instead of giving all the information. But we'll just start with the skills first. Like I said, so everything has their own thing. The niche of each build is based off of the passive, right? Now, you can reset your skill trees whenever you want. So you can click reset, cost you a little bit of gold or silver or whatever. It's negligible. Don't worry about it. When you reset, it will give you back your books in your mail system, and you can claim the books and then use them on the other side of the tree. So you're never going to waste your books. So don't be worried about wasting your books. If you put your points in and you put them in the wrong order or whatever, and you're like, shit, I didn't like that skill, hit reset, start over, you're fine. Just reclaim your books and keep going. Now you need a bunch of green books. I think you need twice as many blue books, and you need like 10 times as many purple books. So you're going to need to farm books or buy books from people at some point to max out your skills and abilities. But like I said, you have a bunch of different weapons. So Sword and Shield is the bread and butter tank. It has no type of sustain other than a shield ability, but it does have AoE slows and a lot of cool abilities. It has a lot of tankiness to it. It has increased damage in correlation to tankiness as well. And then this one has like more stuns and stuff. So it's like, it depends on if you're going PvP or PvE style. On like one's more for one, one's more for the other. Two-handed sword. Most people go Hell Knight because there's just heavy damage output. It has a what is that? Frenzy, I think it is. It's 15-second cooldown with a 7-second duration, so 50% uptime, and it gives you a bunch of lifesteal. So it's your sustain slash extra damage, extra movement speed, survivability ability, and then you got a lot of damage skills on top of that. So you basically want to read the passives, kind of understand how the build is revolves right around its abilities, and then read the abilities. But like I said, best thing, try both sides. You're off to bed. All right, it's over. I'll talk to you later, man. See you tomorrow. See you. Bye bye. Thank you. Have a good one. So like I said, this is the tank. Both sides. One's stun. One's defense. The sword, this one is like more defense oriented. I'm sorry, more damage oriented with survivability via frenzy. This right side one is more, I would say, survivability oriented, where the passive, basically every time you hit with an ability, you get a stack of sword discipline, up to 6 stacks. And every time you auto attack, you gain 30% of your physical attack power as a shield. And you can consume all 6 stacks to get a massive amount of shield, use more abilities, get more stacks. Use more abilities, get more stacks. So this is like a build shield kind of style, versus this is a rely upon life leech kind of style with your 50% uptime of frenzy. But I'm pretty sure Hell Knight does more damage than Duelist. So I feel like Duelist is more of like a 1v1 type of build where you have sustainability via tons of shields that you can keep proccing reliably. Spear, I don't know what right side does off the top of my head. Um, but left side is like armor shred. So it's meant for group PvP, group PvE, shredding armor, making things take more damage, and debuffing mobs or players so your team can kill things faster. That's what red side is. It's pretty insane, and it can do pretty good damage. Dual Axe, I feel like, is in a really awkward position. Some people really love it, some people really hate it. I don't know how well it does in PvP. I don't really ever see it. But for me, I play Dual Axe because it's lazy. For PvE aspects, when you're just grinding mobs, it's the laziest build because all you do is hold left click and side strafe, and you have 35% of you have 35% life steal just from auto attacking. So you don't have to worry about using auto potions or sustain of your HP or anything like that. You just auto attack things. You don't have to worry about having auto potions, which is something we'll talk about later, for mana or for HP. You just literally left click things to death. It's very, very, very simple. I don't know much about the left side of the tree. Dual daggers, yeah, poison versus bleeds. It's just a high DPS type of build. It's pretty solid. Um, Nothing insane. There's some like teleports for like backstabbing, I think, and stuff like that. But it's pretty solid damage dealing. I think both sides are pretty good. There is something on the purple side that supposedly has like some sort of like insta kill ability if something's like below certain damage or something, but I've never got it to work. So, Warhammer is nuts. Demolisher side, I don't know about Brawler side, but people have been using this as a CC for group PvP battles. So Stonewall actually puts up like like a brick wall that people cannot get past. It completely blocks them off from the rest of their team, or if they're trying to disengage, you block them. Kind of like if you're playing Smite and that one Amir guy puts up the big ice wall that you can't get past. Um, the stones you can change out whenever you want. You can change them, trade them in and out. You'll get better ones eventually and stuff like that. So just put them in as you see fit. You can get more damage ones, more PvP ones, whatever you're looking for. But then they have another like stone one. This is another like battle arena circle stone walled. Like I said, this guy is based off of just charging in, brawling in the middle, and throwing up walls to prevent people from getting out or getting in, and just like singling people out and killing them. This is a cool PvP build. Bow, pure damage. There's nothing about this that I can go any other way. It's just pure fucking damage. You blanket the whole screen. You literally just AoE everything, and it's just, this is a high damage build. No sustainability, no survivability, pure damage. Crossbow, on the other hand, is pretty sick. So left side has lifesteal. So I feel like it doesn't probably do as much damage as right side, because right side, like, you gain stacks from successfully basic attacks, and then when you get 10 stacks, you can consume that to use an ability with bypassing its cooldown, which is kind of cool. So you can maintain like thrill of the hunt if you're attacking enough, and you can just keep using it, which is movement speed, attack speed, physical damage, for like 7 seconds, and then you just like pop, 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 reset the cooldown, restart. You can kind of an interesting play style. Left side, I feel like is more PvE oriented, where you're grinding mobs, where it has like 3% lifesteal, so it keeps you a little bit topped off on HP while you're killing mobs. A little bit of AOE, a little bit of damage. Dual crossbow is pretty high damage. So I think from my understanding, dual dagger and dual crossbow are pretty high DPS classes, along with the elementalist, and can possibly be necro. I feel like necro is more of a debuffer for PvP and PvE versus doing damage. It has a lot of dots, but it's a lot of debuffs. And elementalist is just raw straight up damage. And then life staff is obviously the healing staff, like the healing weapon of the game. So that's pretty much what you got. Like I said, try them out, see what you like. Just depends on your play style. Now, the one thing I will say is not a lot of these have sustain. Not a lot of them have healing abilities. Not a lot of them have like life leech or anything like that. So on some of these builds and skills, you're gonna have to rely upon auto potions, and auto potions are only obtainable via the store with two options. You either you farm tokens like I do, these things here, in game by doing. I can show you that in a little bit. From NPCs, you farm materials, you give them to the NPCs, they give you tokens, you convert the tokens into premium currency via this tab right here. 1,000 tokens gives you 100 premium currency, and then you use 900 currency to give you a 30-day buff. You can set it to like 50%, 75%, whatever you want, because it'll use it on cooldown basically. And you don't want to overuse your potion. So if you have it set to 90 and your potion and it's only like 5k HP, but your potion does 30k, like you're overusing it. But you can use it. Auto potions HP and mana, so it's pretty helpful in spammy abilities. But you can only use it if you have the valuable pack. Like I said, technically you can maintain one 30-day value pack indefinitely by doing your daily token turn-ins, and then you'll have extra tokens every month to put towards, backpack space, weight carry cap, and stuff like that. Yeah, so you'll get them from logins as well. So if we look at these, so this is the same 28-day login pass every 28 days. So once you finish this, it'll reset. So basically, every 30 days, or every 28 days, you will get one of these, and one of these. And they're 5 days each. So you can hoard them and save them if you want or whatever. But you get 5 days free. And like I said, in the 30 days of buying one of those for 890 coins, you can farm enough tokens to buy a 30-day pass. And then you think about it, in that 30 days, you're going to end up with one of these. So that's 35 days. And you have extra tokens every month. So you can, in theory, probably maintain 2 buffs almost indefinitely with tokens. But you'd have to play every day, and you have to turn in every token. And you might have a little downtime on one of them here and there. I am not on the PvP server. I'll talk about those in a second. So there's 3 servers. They're not even servers. So you have one server, North America, Europe, or whatever. And then on the server you have channels, kind of like Black Desert Online or whatever, where you either play on one of the 2 PvE channels, channel 1 or channel 2, or you play on channel 4, which is the PvP channel. You can change it anytime. So if I'm like right now, I'm currently playing on channel 2. And if I wanted to, I could just I can just go to main menu, and I can just change to a different channel. If it loads. I haven't closed my game in a couple days, so it might not actually close. Come on. Work with me. Alright. You're gonna actually force close it because I haven't closed my game in a while. But yes, you can change channels at will. So if you're, let's say you're on channel 1, one of the PvE channels, and someone's in your grind spot, you can change to channel 2. And if someone's on there and you really want that grind spot, you can go to channel 4 and test it out on the PvP server, and hopefully you don't get ganked. Or you can just stay on the PvP server the whole time if you really want as well. Personal preference. I wouldn't say phasing. Each channel is its own quote-unquote server, but they your character isn't locked to the channel, it's locked to the region server. Does that make sense? So the character is saved to the region, and then you get to choose. It's kind of like RuneScape. You ever play RuneScape? Where your character is just organically saved to the database, and you can play on whatever server, and you can change to the different servers. It's the same philosophy. Only for like 2 hours. Yeah. So here's what it is. These are servers. So I play on North America, and then I get to play on whatever channel I want. I play on channel 2 90% of the time, but I can go to channel 1, I can go to channel 2, I can go to channel 4, whatever I want. Right? So like we'll go to channel 1 really quick, and then I'll just switch to channel 2. There's no penalty for changing, right? Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, so it's not quite like WoW, because WoW is like each server is independent, and you can't. Your character is saved to a server, and that's different. Because like WoW is like, okay, you have North America servers, and you make a character on one of the North America servers, and your character is on that server. This is, instead of making your character on a North America server, you just make it on the North America database and then play on any of the servers that are in the North America region. So it's a different tiered method. So as you can see, I'm on channel 1 right now. I'm gonna mine this ore really quick. And then I can hop to channel 2. People do this for world bosses. The world bosses, they'll start on channel 1, they'll kill the world boss, and then they'll hop to channel 2 and they'll kill the world boss, and then they'll hop to channel 3 and they'll kill the world boss. That's what a lot of people do for world bosses. Because like I said, there's no penalty in hopping. And that's one of the things that I dislike about a lot of other games is they server lock you. And I think in an MMO standpoint nowadays, in this modern day and age, it is not good for your game to server lock players. They should be region locked, but not server locked. Yeah, like I wouldn't say it's like WoW phasing, but it's just done differently, right? Because like if you're playing on like in WoW sense, if you're playing on server 1 and your buddy's on server 2 and he invites you to a party, now you're technically playing on server 2 and you're just phased into his instance. It's done differently. This one, you literally, if you're on channel 1, you only see people on channel 1, right? So if you want to play with your buddies that's on channel 2, you have to go to channel 2. It doesn't pull you over to it, right? It's just different. It's the same, but it is different. Anyway, so I digress. So one thing you'll notice is they never talk about it, but as you level, if you press C and go to the character tab at the bottom here, you have points. And you need to use them or the game will be impossible. Absolutely impossible. So depending on your build, depending on your class, you'll use different points. Strength for strength-based characters, you know, people that have physical attack powers and stuff like that. If you're a mage person, you're gonna want like more like int and mentality. If you're a melee player, you're gonna want like strength with some defense, maybe some con, maybe some res for magic defense. If you're like a ranged player, you're gonna want obviously more physical attack power as well, like if you're a bow or a crossbow. And then maybe from there, you're gonna probably invest into I don't know, maybe defense, maybe you go into mentality to maintain your mana. Who the fuck knows? I don't really know how the builds work, but that's what you got here. Okay, we got an ad. I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish and then we'll talk more. Let me know when you're out of your ad if you can actually hear me currently. Oh, gotcha. You got a ad block. Okay. So anyway, so that's the one thing I wanted to go over because this doesn't get explained in any of the tutorials or any of the information. And I got to like level 10 and I was getting killed by level 4s or 5s because I was literally getting 1 or 2 tapped by the mobs and I couldn't do anything. So this is huge. Increase your strength to increase your damage and you'll be good. You might need mentality. You might not need mentality because mentality just gives you max MP and mana regen. But if you have auto potions, you shouldn't have to worry too much about it unless you're super spamming your abilities. Resistance give you magic defense, which is really good, especially in PvP. Defense gives you physical defense, which is once again good in PvP and PvE when you're killing mobs. And then strength is physical damage. So if you're using daggers, it's physical damage. So you definitely want to go max out your strength to get as much damage as you can. And then you either go 50-50 magic defense and phys defense, or maybe you put some con for some HP so you're not as squishy. But yeah, mentality, it could play a role to give you some more mana so you don't run out of mana in the middle of a fight so quickly. Tinker with it. You can reset it. It's not the end of the world. If it was me and you were leveling, I'd focus on just getting 100 strength first. So the way that they just changed the stats is it used to be a flat increase, but now it's percentage increase based off of how many points you put in it. So the first bracket is 0 to I think 44. And then it goes from 45 to 99, I think. Or no, 86, I think it is. And then it's 86 to 99, and then 100 is by itself. So if you want full impact for your points spent, you need to go to 100. If you go to 99, you're gimping yourself because 99 only gives you like 90% of the points. But the one extra point to 100 gives you the full 100 points for all 100 points, if that makes any sense. It's like a scale, like a weird scale they have going on here. Yeah, and then like I said, then the rest would be like maybe 44 or 45 points into both defenses with like the extra 10 points or whatever into like mentality or con or something. Something along those like min-maxy like kind of tinkerings you can do with. So one thing you'll see in this page as well that doesn't get talked about is when you kill mobs and stuff like that and do your dungeons, you get PvE points. But if you click on this, you can open up the PvE shop, and there's one for PvP as well. These are items that you can use for crafting purposes and enhancement purposes. So save your points for now until you really need them, but just know that this is a thing, right? So you got PvP shop and PvE shop. They all sell the same stuff. It's the values are different. So that takes care of that. And then when it comes to your inventory, a little caveat, there is an organization button here that you can click it, and then you can come down here and like maybe click it to type, and it'll organize all of your stuff into, you know, all your seeds will be together, all of your mining goods will be together, and so on and so forth. You can buy every house in every single city, and you can also buy every single farmland in every single city, and you have it permanently. Just sell it to a vendor. Eventually, when you start crafting weapons, you can dismantle them and get some of the resources back to keep crafting. There's only one vendor that you can sell to. I want to say it's the Devil Sword dude. This guy over here. This guy. Pretty sure he's the only one you can sell to. Just go sell and you just drop him in. What I was going to talk to you about earlier is the token farming, right? So token farming, there is, I think, 8 NPCs. So to put it in perspective, at the bottom of your map down here, you have the hunter, you have the fisher, you have the farmer, you have the harvester, the animal keeper, and then you have the lumberjack, the miner, and I think that's it. Something like that. I usually do it at this town, the rune mod, because rune mod is a circle. So this outer ring right here, all the NPCs are here. So you have the hunter right here, harvester, animal keeper, fisher, farmer, miner, and lumberjack. They're all in just a circle. And then the stairs are right here to go up to the innkeeper, and then you come right back down. Yeah, but it's not that far. Like Meadow is right here. Rune mod's like the next town you get to. It's just the easiest city to navigate for the NPCs. That's why I do it there. But you have to do the quest line to unlock these guys. Once you do the quest line, they unlock them. You press T on them, and you can see he had 10 items for me today. And each item that I give him, so 16 of these, 16 of these, 16 of these, 16 of these, so on and so forth. It's always 16 of whatever the item is. He gives you 8 tokens per. The only one that doesn't give you 8 tokens per is the lumberjack, because he's stingy as shit. If I can find him. This guy's stingy. So basic wood, he gives you 4, and then the higher tier wood only gives you 6. And these are various every single day. Every town shares the same exact windows. So when you complete it on one, it's completed on all of them. So it's not like you, and it's not, and same with the channels. It's account wide per day. The other thing I'll tell you is town boards, quest boards here are worth doing. You can do them you can do them every day. You have 2 tabs. You have the royal quest, which you can refresh twice a day, and they give a ridiculous amount of XP. And I'll show you one thing to combo with this in a second. But it's like kill creatures, bring me X amount of these materials, and if it's like food related, either buy it from the marketplace from other players or skip it. It's not a big deal. And then you refresh it and you do it all over again. You refresh it, you do it all over again. Do that 3 times a day. And then you have the help townspeople, which is once a day. So you have 20-minute cooldown. And it's stuff like feed your pet or your mount 20 times. Kill 5 rifts. Stay in the game for 8 hours. Get 300 PvP points, 3,000 PvE points. Chop or pick plants or do some metal 50 times. You know, kill 10 champion creatures. You do these and they give you mad XP. Like super big chunky XP. Now, you can combo into this guy. So there's this statue is in every single city, and you spend gold or silver or coins or whatever to purchase temporary buffs. 500k XP per hour in Cooking Master, that's huge, Pip. Let's go. So when you're doing those turn-ins, it's worth buying this 40% character EXP, because the EXP on this chart gets increased by that buff. So instead of it being like 60k, right? I can get an extra 40% on top of that 60k for having that buff running. So you can get even more XP by using this and doing that every day. It's a huge chunk of XP. It does cost a little bit of silver. Like I said, it's not a big deal. You'll be able to farm money really easily. If you want an AFK method to making some money, Vasi, run caravans. These things here. They're AFK. If you want to make good money in one run, it's a 2-hour run. All auto run. So if you need to go to take a shower, or you need to go run some errands, you need to go and eat or whatever, or you're gonna go play a game of League of Legends or whatever, you can set up one of the caravans, and you can literally go from Meadow all the way to Neron. It'll take you 2 hours and 5 minutes roughly, unless there's some desync. It might be a little longer, and one turn in will net you over 5 million. Now, 5 million in 2 hours isn't a lot, but it's basically pure AFK. And you can get more the more you do the skill, because you get better tax rates, you get more carry weight to have more boxes and stuff like that. So you do get more as you level it up, but that's a very easy thing to like make money on when without playing the game, right? If you're actively playing, just grind mobs, you'll make more money. But if you're not actively going to be playing the game and you want to make some money, that's the easiest way to do, like, to make money, is to run that. And I kind of touched on life skills, but life skills, if you don't really care about life skills, that's fine. But at some point, when it comes down to it, when you're trying to push for min-max gear, at some point you're gonna need to get into crafting, because you need to make legendary gear to attempt high tier upgrades, like enhancements. Because enhancing your gear, if you fail, bricks the item and it turns into nothing, and you have to start over. So you're gonna need to make very high-end gear to attempt for max level gear. A lot more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. Don't worry too much about it. You can worry about that when you get further into the game and you want to take it seriously. Join a clan. Doesn't matter whose clan it is. Join a clan. Clans have skills and abilities, so they have passives. As they level up, you can get more income from the caravans. You can get more income from other things. You can also get more attack power, more defense, and more HP from the passives down here for PvP and stuff. They also have quest systems in place, so the guild can make money and then distribute the funds to players. Some clans will have depots where they can store items for people to obtain from the clan. But primarily it's about the altars. So you have personal altar you can craft, and the clans have their own altars as well. And both of them give you EXP buffs if you're doing anything inside the radius. So for example, mine are both right here. If I do any life skilling or any combat within a 5,000 meter radius, which is almost a whole desert, I basically get double EXP. So each altar is like 50% bonus to EXP, roughly. So either make your own clan for 12 million and move your altar around with you as you're leveling and grinding in new zones, or join a clan and stay near the altars, basically. What I would recommend. And then place your altar down as well. If you want to increase the EXP even further, put them in the red zones. They'll give you even more EXP. If you want even more XP, play on the PvP channel and put your houses there. Houses are channel specific. If you place a house on channel 2, your house is only on channel 2. If you place your house in channel 4, it will only be in channel 4. And then keep in mind, the blue circles are PvE. People cannot attack your houses or destroy them, but if you put them in a red zone, people can destroy them. I mean, I wouldn't say play on a PvP server because it's got better EXP rates. Play on PvP server because you want a PvP, because the EXP is not that big of a deal. But to join a clan, I mean, it's just as simple as going to clan and searching for like the high tier clans and maybe messaging somebody or typing in literal global chat, because there's always people recruiting in global chat. Like, I don't know, just I personally just made my own because I don't really like dealing with it. But if you're a big PvPer, there's a lot of top tier PvP clans. So if you go to the clan, I can't see it personally, but you can technically see the top ranked guilds. I can't see them because I'm in one, but it'll show you who has the highest PvP points, who has the highest PvE points, and you can try to But if you come into here, you see how like in Masters, because there's guild versus guild, these are the top ranked. This is the top ranked two guilds right now, Prime and Banana Gang, right? And then the next ones is Fallen, Overmeta, Carp Reckham, next, and then in the next tier you got these guys, so on and so forth. Yeah, they came up. A lot of these. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of players in this game came from New World. So, a lot of these people you're probably gonna recognize from New World. You're gonna get to know them. Do you remember Crotha or Willie? They're both playing the game. Yeah, Willie plays the crap out of this game. He's a very big advocate for the game. He does shoutcastings for the wars every single day when they do wars. He's always around. He's got his own clan. He's got his own stuff. You know, you can always join in on him. Yeah, Ruggs, I think, is in Prime or Prim. I think Ruggs is in Prim. I think I saw him earlier today. And I don't think Willie's clan is ever in the top. I don't know why it says only channel 1, but I think theirs is New World. I think they literally, or it's Eternum. I think Willie, yeah, this is Willie's clan. Willie's clan is Eternum. Yeah. But anyway, so that's, yeah, however you exactly. But anyway, so this is like I said, you try and join some of these. Willie's always looking for people. He's a very, very, very active player. He streams like 5-6 days a week playing it. Very good person. They're always willing to help people out and stuff. But yeah, if you want like a more solid clan that's like a higher ranked, higher, you know, whatever, you can get in on some of these like higher tier ones that are in the gold, diamond, masters, right? And try and do all that. But anyway, it's highly recommended to do that. So like I said, when it comes to leveling, the main thing to remember is always make sure you're using the character EXP buff from the town, like buy the 1 hours and pop them as needed. Make sure you are within, like if you have to move your altar, move your altar. Just don't build on your altar until you're set on where your altar is going to stay, until you're fully leveled and stuff. T37 sushi, that's huge. Let's go, mate. So like I said, while you're leveling and you're pushing through the game, just move it. So when you're over here grinding EXP, move your altar over to this town and then just farm your EXP. And then when you move over to the 60s, move your altar over to here. Just don't worry. It's very cheap, and as long as you don't build on it, it doesn't cost you a whole lot. It's not very tedious. Just move your altar as you're pushing through the game, and then once you get into like the 70 pluses, put it like somewhere in the middle here, so you can hit like the 60s, you can hit the 75s, and you can even hit some of the hundreds while not having to move your altar at all. But make sure your altars are there. Like I said, if you want to, until you get to level 100 or until you get to like 75, and then you're going to start partying with like higher tier guilds, you can be in your own guild temporarily and move the both altars with you the whole time, so you can get double, you know, you can basically double your EXP rates. You can do that while you're solo farming to level 75, which doesn't take you very long if I'm being honest. But keep that buff running from this guy. Move your altars with you to make sure you're keeping up with your EXP buffs. There is also a food buff that you can purchase from other players. It is EXP meal. It's another 12% EXP for 30. The guy doesn't have an icon, but he's typically near the quest board, which is, it looks like a little board symbol. It looks like this. It looks like a whiteboard or a chalkboard. He's usually near the quest board. Yeah, he's almost always near the quest board. Like I said, the money, you'll get the money back just from combating. It's only 1.5 mil per hour. You'll make your money back. And the last thing I would recommend for grinding EXP is make sure you're taking advantage at the bottom here. If you press tab and go to the bottom, party finder. If you want to grind EXP in a quick manner, you party find. Either create one so people can join you, or look for some people looking for parties and try and find other people, you know, to combat, or just farm it yourself. Like I said, I solo farm as well. The reason why you would party farm is instead of doing instead of doing this one, which is like a solo grind, you can go to the party zone and you'll get a lot more XP. As long as your party is strong enough to kill the mobs fast, you'll get 10 times more XP farming in a party zone than a non-party zone. One thing you're going to run into though is you're going to end up with a ton of items going into your inventory constantly, and you're going to be full all the time until you get more bag space. So with that in mind, in your inventory, one of the things I showed you earlier is how to arrange things by type. So click place, go down to type, and it rearranges your inventory so you don't have to tinker with it. And then at the bottom down here, this is your destroy button. You can either drag items into it and then click delete one at a time, which is annoying, or you can drag them to the screen one at a time, very annoying. Or if you just left click on the bucket and then right click on all the items, you can mass delete. The fastest way to delete stuff. Now, a lot of people like to bring the items back and sell them to the NPCs to make extra coins. You can do that if you're willing to go back and forth into town over and over and over again just for a little extra silver. I don't really give a shit about that. Gear wise, I wouldn't keep anything unless it's like purple and you want to try and sell it to another player. But when it comes to grinding mobs, the only thing you truly care about is any upgrades for yourself, or that something you're going to upgrade in general. Like I'm talking armors, weapons, or jewelry. So if it's not at least a purple, you probably don't care about it. So you can delete it while you're out and about to save space. Same thing with the bags. But when it comes to the other loot, creature extracts you keep, the quality creature extracts you keep, the medallions you keep for horse breeding, you can get rid of all the saddles, horseshoes, and stirrups after you have a full set of the legendary ones. So you can put them on your horse and you don't have to worry about the rest after the fact. You can keep some repair kits because it allows you to repair your gear while you're out and about instead of having to go to town and do it. They just weigh a little bit and they can get a little encumbrance. And then the monster materials. Keep the monster materials until you get back to town and sell them. This is where you're going to get all your money from. That's what I said. You don't really need to keep all the gear because you're going to make money off of the monster materials when you kill monsters and they stack. So it's one item slot and you can carry up to 1,000 of them, versus each item takes up one item slot and you might get 40k for that one item, but you're going to make like a couple 100,000 out of one item stack of like monster materials. Stones, trash them. Unless you need it, just trash them. Books, always keep, and pets, always keep. So the only way you can obtain pets in the game is from grinding mobs, and you need a ridiculous amount of them. So there is 8 types of pets. There is a collector, which is the one that picks up items off the ground from you. I'll talk about that in a second, Bozzy. Just a second. The collector picks up items for you off the ground. The cooking helps with cooking, mining helps with mining, fishing, alchemy, harvesting, woodcutting, and hunting. To keep it simple, it's the top 5 for the gathering, the cooking and alchemy from the crafting section, and then the looter, the collector. It's those 8 are the 8 types of mobs in the pets in the game, and then there's different cosmetic versions of them, like you saw just a second ago. There is a bee, a butterfly, a couple bats, or sorry, a couple dragons. You got these couple like bats over here. You got wolves, you got rhinos, you got dogs, raccoons, and then this weird like reptile looking thing. So whatever pickles your fancy, just you can trade them in and out kind of in a way. But basically how it works is you get one and you get them as a gray. You level them up to level 9 by doing combat or skilling or whatever. And then once they're at level 9, you can hit evolve and you need 5 gray pets to consume into this pet to turn him into a green. Once he's green, you have to level him up to 19. And then you have to put 10 gray pets or 2 green pets or combination of the two to make him a blue pet. Once he's a blue pet, you gotta go to 29, and then you gotta get 40 points, which is either 20 grays or 4 greens, 2 blues, or something like that. I don't know, some combination of all that, right? To turn into a purple, and then rinse and repeat that process to go to legendary. And then at that point, your pet is maxed out. So like I said, you need a shit ton of pets to max out all 8 of your pets. Now you can buy these pets off the marketplace as well, so it's not such a big deal. Might cost you a little bit of money, but it's not too hard. Now, when it comes to materials in the game, you're gonna find lots of materials, right? So the rift stones, the flags, and other things like that. I will quickly show you some of them, but not all of them. Most things in the game have a recipe to be used in. There are a few items in the game that literally will say to sell it to the vendor. So things like the soggy leather boots from fishing, right? It literally says has no crafting value or something like that. Sell to an NPC. I'll show you exactly what it says. So if you go to fishing and you go to this, it says cannot be used in any production. You can sell it to a vendor. So same thing with like empty mullets. Same thing with the boots. There's not many items like that in the game, but the NPC items that I was showing you when you're killing mobs. So you go to the bottom down here. This right here, the old monster claw. It's the same thing. Cannot be used in any production. Can accumulate this material and sell it to a vendor to earn silver. Everything else is used in professions. So if you want to min-max and you hold on to everything and use them for your professions later, you can. But the rift stuff is in here. So level 10 rift scrolls with level 20 rift scrolls and the stones are used to make this. Right? But you can make the same thing from luck essence, from doing professions. And then the blue one is for level 30s and 40s, and then the high tier one is for level 50s. So take your poison, keep them if you want. You're gonna need millions of these materials at some point to level up your professions. With that in mind, you can, since you can buy every house in every city, and you can use the storage in every town, and you can have a house, and if you make your own clan, you can have your own clan thing. You can have almost endless amount of storage. It's tedious, it's annoying, and the organization is dog shit, but you can, in theory, have a ridiculous amount of storage. So, without any buffs running, you have 80 bank space for all 13 towns. It's a lot of bank space to just store materials. You also have multiple houses in every town that can hold X amount of chests as well. You just have to craft the chests yourself, place them in the houses, and then you can just stack a bunch of chests in the house. So then you go into the house and then you just plop things into the chest and then you store things into the chests, right? I can put a lot more in here. I only have 6 quantity in here. I don't know what the max is, but I only have 6 in here. And I can probably place a bunch more. Like I said, you can do that to every town, every house. And then when you have your house, your actual altars, your altars can hold thousands of materials or thousands of chests. So you can have 2,000 to 3,000 chests between your 2 altars. So like I said, storing things isn't too big of a deal. It's just tedious because you have to access each individual chest, remember where everything is stored, organize it, and so on and so forth. And each chest that you add to your altar increases um your your upkeep costs, because when you build your altars, they have an upkeep cost, so on and so forth. Anyway, so that covers almost everything. If you have any questions specifically on professions, on how to level them or anything like that, I can answer those questions. Um, Building is kind of wonky in the game. There is like a prize wheel that if you have excess money, you can roll 10 times a day, try and get like prizes, kind of whatever. Action tokens. This is another store. You can access it via your inventory right here at the bottom. Click on it, and you can open it. This is stuff that you can buy to enhance some of your gear without having to go and farm it yourself, or to buy poor luck to make more of those essences I showed you and things like that. You can just use these. Now these action tokens come from doing your dungeon, which we haven't gotten to yet. So you get 200 dungeon points a day, and each dungeon entry costs 40 dungeon points, something like that. And you can only hold up to 1,000 dungeon points. So at some point you need to be farming your dungeons, because the dungeons come with like upgrade materials, chances for gear, upgrade stones, talismans to add set bonuses to gear, things like that. And each one of them is slightly different. Dungeons you can do it anytime. You can start it now if you really want. It doesn't really matter. Depending on what build you're running, they could be difficult or they could be very easy, because you're going to take damage. And if you don't have a way to sustain the amount of damage you're taking with either auto potions or lifesteal, you can easily die and you probably will struggle to actually clear it. But there's something that you could speed run in under 5 minutes by yourself solo, which they're going to be revamping in the future to make them more group oriented and more difficult. But right now they're kind of just face rolled, call it a day, super simple, nothing crazy, mind numbing kind of style. They have the world bosses that have set locations and set times that they spawn. They drop certain materials that are used for guaranteeing legendary crafts and things, so they're worth getting in on once you get a little bit higher of a level. Then you have arena battles, which are on timers as well. Every hour, basically, there's another arena. So you have kill confirmed, capture the flag, stone protection, arena conquest, and it's kind of like WoW where they're in brackets. So, from 40 to 49, you have a group, and then from 50 to 59, you have a group, and then from 60 to 74, you have a group, and then 75 to probably 99, and then you have the group for 100. So they have groups that you play in, and then you can get rewards and stuff from doing those. Zenith Conquest is one of the niche ones that are kind of cool. The It's like 13 hours from now, 14 hours from now, but it's a 4-team, 25-man teams. So there's 4 teams of 25 players that are randomly. You queue in and you get put on a random team, and the goal is whoever. It's a PvP, PvE. It's like PvE slash PvE thing where you're fighting each other, but you're fighting a boss, and whatever team does the most damage to the boss by the end of it wins. Kind of an interesting free for all, almost kind of crazy. They don't explain like anything, and there's a lot to the game, but it almost all revolves around PvP right now, Vazzy. They don't have almost any PvE. Olympic Wars are 1v1s. I think they have like a 2-week rotation or something like that. These things get crazy. It's 1v1 battle arenas basically. They have the combat zone, which is the newish zone they added like last month. Over here, this little area, you have to be level 100, and there's certain grinding materials that you can do there, but it's all PvP. You can only do it in channel 4. Then you got the trios they added not that long ago. So trio arenas. They're adding clan war or castle wars soon, so castle sieges and stuff like that. They're gonna be adding territory control, so similarly to wars and New World, they're gonna be adding that as well. They're gonna be adding a worker system and a couple other things. So they have a worker tab right here. They have card decks as well. They're gonna be adding. they have a lot in the works. They have a lot of stuff coming. Like I said, they're going to be working on quality of life. They're going to be working on upgrading the dungeons, making them more viable. They're going to be adding a worker system, a marriage system, a castle siege system. They have a lot to offer, but almost everything is PvP focused. So, but like I said, when it comes to professions, there's a lot of them. And like I said, if you want something pretty AFK, but will make you some money while you're playing another game, or if you're going to run errands or something, just run a caravan. If you want to make money, just to stockpile it or to have it on the side if you needed to buy more buffs, but you don't want to like put any like active playtime in, run caravans. They are so easy. I'll show you really quick. They're very, very, very easy. I'm gonna run a short one just because I'm gonna be getting off soon here, and I don't want to have to worry about paying attention. But so the further distance you go, the more money it makes you. Right? So going from Meadow to Neron nets you the best. So first thing you do is you talk to the caravan manager and you buy one of the four. I would highly recommend you buy a camel or an elephant, depending on. So if you're going from Meadow to Neron, use an elephant. If you're doing anything else, run a camel. Because if you're coming down here, down to Rezon, in any way, shape, or form, just run a camel. So yeah, you buy one from him, then you go into your mounts and you summon him. I honestly highly recommend changing your mount button to R. Much simpler. And then you talk to him again and you buy your packages. So you just click buy until you're full, right? And then you select one. So you see how it says sell price? This is the one I'm currently at. But if I was to go to this place, I'd sell it for 450. If I was to sell it to this place, I'd make 570. If I was to sell it to Neron, I'd make 750. Right? But then obviously it cost me 200k. So if I sell it for 750, I bought it for 200k. That's 550k a pop, plus the sales tax when I get there is a reduction. So it's more like 500,000 per. So that's what, 1 mil, 2 mil, 3 mil, 3.5 mil. And then if you play the mini game and you get it successful, you get like a 20% boost. So I mean, it's pretty good. So that's like 4 mil I make from just running that one if I was to do it that way. But if you go from Meadow to Neron, it's a 1.2 million sell price. So 1.2 million times as many as you have makes a lot of money, right? And as you level it up, yeah, I'm gonna show you. So I bought this. I'm doing a short run, right? So I can do this. You literally just click on the map, set up an auto path, you click auto, and he just runs. Set yourself a timer, like 43-minute timer, and in 43 minutes you come back and you just talk to the person and sell it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, it's just super easy, super simple. And since you're doing it on a PvE server, FYI, you can't be attacked. It's 100% safe. So that's it. That's simple. Like I said, I recommend if you're doing it for money, buy them at Meadow, and then sell them in Neron. That's it. And like I said, you'll make 1 million per package. So if you have 5 packages, that's 5 million for 2 hours worth of work. Plus, if you get the mini game success, you'll get like a 10 or 20% boost. You make like 6 mil probably. And you turn around, run the other way. Turn around, run the other way. Turn around, run the other way. I think you can do it at any level. Yeah, I think you can do it at any level. And you won't get attacked and you can't die. So, that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna... The one thing I would say, don't do it if you're gonna go to sleep. And the reason I say this is because if the server restarts or you get disconnected or whatever, you'll lose your packages. No, there's no mobs on the route. The only thing that can fight you is technically you can aggro a boar, but you outrun them. So you might get hit once while running by, but boars don't hit you very hard, neither do snakes. And it hits your camel, not you. So you can't die. So as you level up your professions, you get bonuses, right? So at level 10, you get 2% tax reduction. At level 20, you get an extra 10 kilograms. So instead of having 6 packages, you now can hold 7 packages. And at 30, you get more tax reduction. At 40, you get an extra 2 packages. So you can do 9 when you get to 40. And then so on and so forth. As you can see, you get more and more money as you go further and further up. Like I said, but just don't do it if you're going to be sleeping, right? The only other caveat I have is if you play in the United States, they have a tendency somewhere between 10 a.m. and like 2 p.m., 3 p.m. to restart the servers. And if they restart the server, you lose your caravan. So if you're going to do caravans, do them later at night, so they don't restart the servers on you. Yeah. So if you're in the US, do them later at night. Do them past 6 p.m. or something like that. Because they are in a different country, in a different time zone. And when it's daytime for us, it's nighttime for them. And they do their updates and their server reboots at night. That's what I've gathered from the experiences that I've seen, is they do all their update pushes, their patches, and their server restarts in the middle of the day for us US players. So anything that involves like caravan specifically, because if you're away from your caravan for too long, or the server actually does a reboot, you lose the packages you purchased. So these packages cost you 200K each, right? So that's what 1.4 million I spent on this, and if I just lose it because they restarted the server, that's a big hit to my money, right? And then I have to start over. I have to go back to the NPC. I have to buy more, and then I have to run it all. You know what I'm saying? So if you're on a 2-hour run and they restart the server when you have less than a minute left, and you've just wasted 2 hours of your time and almost 2 mil worth of coin, you're gonna be pissed. So just don't run caravans in the middle of the day. You know, if you have some buddies that want to go and run some league matches or some Counter-Strike or something, set up a 2-hour caravan at night, let them run, turn it, like set yourself a timer, turn it in when you have free time. Bob's your uncle. It's very simple. Treasure Hunter is about entering puzzle rooms. So you gather these from finding random chests along the roads, so on and so forth. Pick them up, you collect them, and then you use them to enter puzzle rooms. You can also level up Treasure Hunter by farming turtle shells or turtles in the ocean, which is kind of cool. You also have sea merchants, so you can do the trading system on the ocean, but that can only be done on PvP servers. And then you can be killed and lose your boat and have to recraft your boat from scratch every single time. Farming, fairly similar. You can buy the farmlands at every farm or every town, like I told you before, and you can plant the seeds, grow them up. That's tedious. We can talk about that another day if you want to talk about it. Same thing with husbandry. It kind of works the same way. And then all of this kind of its own thing. The one thing I would say is, if you're going to be free to play, you need to farm tokens. So you need to start doing your token farms every day. Whether you farm silver and you buy the materials from other players, or B, you actually put the effort into farming your own materials. Like doing your own professions. So farming your own trees to do the lumberjack guy. Leveling up your mining so you can actually mine the materials to turn into the guy. So leveling up to 75 mining, which is a pain in the fucking dick because I still haven't done it. But at least getting it up to like 50 so you can do most of them is pretty reasonable. Harvesting, pretty easy to get to 25. Then you can do all the harvesting ones. Same thing with fishing. You can do all the fishing ones, but you want to AFK fish because you don't want to active fish. It sucks. So if you're going to sleep, I would say there's two things you can do. If you want to AFK the game, leaving it open, and you want to actually gain some sort of enhancement, there's two things you can do. AFK fish is very viable. So you fish in the saltwater to get saltwater fish, or you fish in the freshwater to get freshwater fish. You can turn into the token guy to get tokens and level up your fishing. Or option two, you can take advantage of the fact that you can stand in front of a rock and hold E, and you will, every time the rock spawns, it will automatically start farming it. So stand in front of like some coal, or stand in front of some like iron or something, and just put a marble on the E key and walk away. Now the game has to be open. You have to be selected on the game like I am right now. You can't have your cursor up. You can't have like anything like this up or anything. It has to literally be this, right? Where you're holding E while looking at where it spawns. You can't, you can't like lock your computer. It has to be unlocked. Game has to be visible. Everything. Like it's kind of annoying, but it's something you can do. You can literally just stand at the rock and just infinitely farm it. It has a 10-minute respawn timer, so you don't get a lot of resources and you don't get a ton of XP, but it's better than doing nothing, right? Because at least that way you're getting EXP towards mining, getting you closer to the mithril so you can do all your token farms. Or like I said, worst case, do fishing. Because the problem with like the mining one is since it is relatively slow, if the servers restart and you don't get much mining done, it was kind of like a waste. But at least if you're fishing, it's a waste, but it's not as much of a waste because you don't really care about the EXP, you care about just catching fish. And there's no 10-minute timer. Now there is a auto fish timer, which is roughly 1 minute per catch when you first start, but as you level up fishing and you start getting the auto fish deductions and you eventually level up your blacksmithing and your profession to level 50, you can unlock advanced tools. Advanced tools require level 50 of a profession, and advanced tools have such a high gathering speed, you can actually catch fish in under 30 seconds at that point. And then if you also combo that with a fishing pet, you can get auto fish reduction time and then chance for devil fish. So there's a lot of things that kind of min-max into it, but like I said, if you're going to AFK and leave the game open, those are your two best methods. Stand in front of a rock holding E. Like I said, put a piece of Velcro, put a piece of tape on your E key, put a marble on it. Doesn't really matter. Pay a little brother fucking $5 to hold the E key for you for 10 hours. Whatever floats your boat, just hold the E key, leaving the game open with nothing else in its way. Like I said, you can't have the mouse open. The mouse is up, it won't click it. Or just fish. Like I said, the fish is useful because you need the fish for the token turns in. Now I will say the only caveat to the fishing is you cannot obtain tuna, lanternfish, or sharks unless you're in the deep ocean. Now there's no indicator of what deep ocean really means, but for a generalistic idea, I can tell you from experience, being on the dock, fishing off the dock is not considered deep ocean. I can also tell you being on a boat and being right off the coast is also not considered deep ocean. Now, I can tell you from experience that this island here is not considered deep ocean because it's a sandbar. So these things here that you see, I don't know about this one. I think I've swam out to this one too. They are sandbars, so don't count as deep ocean. So the only way you can get deep ocean is either you get on a boat and you actually sail out a little ways and you fish, or you find something to stand on that's not a sandbar, like a random rock that protrudes in the ocean that isn't shown on the map, right? Random rock, a random coral, something that's out in the middle of nowhere. Stand on that and you can fish, and it's still considered deep ocean. So, but that's only for saltwater. Freshwater, you can catch anything and everything. That should be basically okay. Only other thing I will tell you, there is an interactive map, pretty helpful to use, but you need to catch horses. So you need to go to the horseshoe, the mount carrier dude. So in Meadow, it is right here, the bottom, right? You talk to him and you buy lassos. Lassos are used to catch horses, sheep, cows, chickens, the likes. Now, the horses, the sheep, the cows, the chickens, the goats, the wild beehives, and the random treasure chests you find on the ground that are just randomly scattered around like that one over there. All of those share spawn locations. So what that means is if you're looking for cows, sheep, chickens, and stuff like that, and you see a horse, scare the horse away, and when the respawn happens, it has a chance to turn into one of those animals. Or it could be a beehive, or it could be a chest. You see chests, loot the chests, because the chests, one, give you puzzle pieces and rift stones and stuff, and two, once it's gone, it has a chance to actually be something else. So if you want horses, scare everything else away, find the horses. Horse breeding is time consuming because it takes like 12 hours to breed horses, and they have really bad breeding odds. So if you want a good horse, buy it off the marketplace or spend a lot of time farming and catching them yourself. So anyway, do you have any other questions? I think I covered as much as I possibly can. Oh, the only other thing I didn't cover is the best method to farming EXP. The only thing I didn't really cover. So you can easily see this watching any other streamer doing it, but I'll give you the quick down and dirty. The generalistic idea to it is you go to an area, you get on your mount, and you run in a small little area because the leash radius of mobs is fairly short. Like, for example, if you pull a mob at that tree, by the time you get to this tree, they've de-aggroed and disappeared. It's a very short radius. It's not like New World where you can really pull them from a good distance. Very short. So like that rock to this tree is too far. Right? But if you run from that rock to this tree and then meet them in the middle before they de-aggro, if you're fast enough, you can pull them all to one center piece. Pretty easy. But the way it works is you grab as many as you can in a small little radius, pull them together, run in the circle a few times to like hoard them up, jump off, and murder them. You just insta-gip them all, right? With enough damage. The goal is you want to kill the starred mobs. So to put it in perspective, when I'm farming my level 100 mobs, a basic mob gives me 300 XP. And then the 1-star mob gives me 6,000 HP. And the amount of time to kill is not much different. And then the 2-star gives me 12,000 XP. And the 3-star gives me 24,000 XP. Now, the time to kill from the 1-star to the 2-star is equivalent to 2 times the amount of time. The 2-star to the 3-star is almost equivalent to 2 times the time as well. But the EXP is in correlation to that, and it makes sense. But if you have a partner, like a duo partner, you can kill the 2 and 3 stars so fast, it's fine. It's great. Even in a solo, you want to kill them because the amount of XP you get for killing 1 and 2 and 3 stars is so far greater than killing the one, like the non-stars. You make a ridiculous amount of XP. But the stars can only spawn when there's a spawn spot available, right? They don't just turn into spawns. They don't always spawn as stars. So in order to get more stars to spawn, you have to kill the basic mobs anyway. It'll stay in the water for a while. Eventually it'll despawn and get put back in. Maybe on a server restart or something like that. As you can see, my icon is still here for mine as well. I put mine in the water forever ago, and I think oh shit, I think between all the server reboots and everything, it's changed. It's been put back into the NPC, if that makes any sense. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. You'll eventually never use the raft. You'll get a better boat eventually whenever you get around to wanting to do that. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. The higher tier boats actually require you to put materials on the boat to prevent it from decaying and basically falling apart. But I will tell you that if you get into a sea battle and your boat dies, it completely dies. You have to refarm all the materials to build a brand new one. You can't just repair it. Just an FYI. It's the ships are considered in game. At least that's how it was when the game was like first released back in February, March. People were considering boats as in game because of the amount of materials for the highest tier ships is pretty high investment. But is what it is. But like that's what I would recommend. Now, also keep in mind when it comes to grinding like EXP, just because you're level 30 doesn't mean you can't kill level 50s. Just an FYI. I was level 62 killing level 100s. Just for food for thought. So for you, when you first start, your first goal, Vazi, is getting to 50. Because the end of the quest chain for the quest line is level 50. So go through the quest line, it's gonna be like, oh, to do the next quest, you gotta be 30. And then you get to 30, you start the next quest. Oh, to do the next quest, you gotta be 40. So then you get to level 40, and oh, to do the next quest, you gotta be level 50, and then you get to 50, and then you finish the quest chain. It's that simple. So it's about just grinding to 50, doing the quest chain, getting it over with, and then the whole map is over. You've done every quest to unlock every portion of the game, and now you're free to just go wherever you want, explore and kill whatever you want, and just level up and sandbox however you want to do it. I will say some places are better to farm than others because the mobs interact differently. So for example, in the 100 zones here, I typically like fighting here because there's a huge amount of mobs in a small area versus other areas have more mobs, but they're more spread out. So you can't pull as many at one time. But then you have places like this graveyard. The mobs throw fireballs instead of melee. So I avoid that place. And then this place up here, these mobs attack so fast, I can't dodge their attacks. So I constantly get hit in the face. Versus some of these other ones, they attack slower, so it's easy for me to just side strafe away from their attacks. So some places you want to try on air, find a place that works for your play style, and just kill what you got to kill. But like I said, at the end of the day, what it boils down to is you find a place you like and you move your altars closer to it. Like I said, 5,000 meters is quite a long distance. Like think about this. I am currently where am I? I'm currently right here, right? 5,000 meters roughly is from this safe sands to probably like this blue, like somewhere around this area. So like it's that far. See what I'm saying? Like that's a very long distance. So with my house being here, it goes all the way up to like here. So it's a radius of 5,000 meters all the way around. So it goes into the ocean down here. It goes all the way down to here. It goes all the way over to here. So it's a really large radius. So you don't have to put it on the edge right next to what you're doing. You could put it more centralized. Like here would cover like most of this, right? And then it would go up into here a little bit too. So you have options. You have lots of options. But anyway, I don't really have anything else. If I had any recommendations for you, like I said, it would be if you're AFKing, either do depending on how long you're gonna be away, do caravans for extra money. Fish if you're gonna be doing it during the middle of the day, and hold E on rocks if it's gonna be in the middle of the night, so you're not gonna get kicked out. And then work on getting all of your gatherings to 50. So you can use advanced tools and get your blacksmithing to I think 30. So you can make advanced tools. And like that's kind of like just the bare minimum of what you're shooting for. Because advanced tools are god tier. It's gonna help you a whole lot. Level 50 just so you can equip the advanced tools. And then the rest is just kind of do whatever you want. Like most people don't even do professions all that often, but if you do want to do professions, that's like kind of like your go-to like bare minimum starting point. So Ugh. But like I said, if you're gonna be free to play and you're not gonna swipe your credit card, you need to, as soon as possible, every single day, every 24 hours, you need to do your token turn-ins. Like I said, token turn-ins are huge. I do them every single day, and I farm tons of tokens. Because you can only get so many tokens a day. Because if you think about it, it's 80 tokens per NPC, not counting the lumberjack. Lumberjack doesn't count because he's a stingy piece of shit. So he's gonna give you anywhere from 40 to 60. So I what the fuck? Average is 50. Keep like clicking somewhere on the map. I'm trying to like zoom in, right? But if we add this up, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that it? Is this 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 6 times 80 is 480. And then this one's on minimum of 40. So let's just say if you round it down to 500 tokens a day. So every 2 days you get 100 premium currency and you need 890, so 900. So it takes you about 18 days to farm up enough currency to buy one 30-day buff. That simple. And then you get the 5-day buff, you know, every month as well for each one of them, respectively. Each one gets their own 5-day buff. So technically, every 30 days you'll have, well, technically it's 28 days so you have 2 days extra up here. So eventually you have the little excess. You end up with 35 days every 30 days. And with that extra, you can use that for purchasing carry weight, storage capacity of your inventory, and your banks and stuff like that. So you can use that extra stuff for this. But yeah, you get the tokens from talking to the NPCs, turning in the materials that they asked for, and then you come into here, click add V coins, and then you just do the little slider. For every 1,000 tokens, you get 100 currency. It's that simple. And like I said, to do the actual token turn-ins, I recommend, like I said, going to RuneMod to do it, just because it's simple. Like I said, it's a circle. That's why I recommend doing it there. Just walk up to the NPC, the hunter, the harvester, animal, fisher, farmer, miner, or lumberjack, or all of them. I usually just take a screenshot with Windows Shift and S, and I just plop it into a notepad. And then that way I can see them all, and then I go and farm the materials, buy the materials, or grab them out of my bank, because I over farm a lot of the materials and put them in my bank so I don't have to do them later. But you just walk up to them, press T, and when you press T, it'll bring up a window with 10 items. Each item requires 16, and sometimes they require the same item multiple times. So sometimes the miner will want like 4 sets of iron, so you got to get 4 times 16, right? So that's like 64 pieces of iron. You bring them 64 pieces of iron, you click on the one piece of iron that says, oh, I need 16 iron. You click on it, you give it to him. Click on the next one, you give it to him. Click on the next one, you give it to him. Click on the next one, you give it to him. You just made yourself 32 tokens. And then he's like, I want silver. I want copper. I want adamantium. I want mithril. I want gemstones. And FYI, gemstones are, they don't show on here, but they're rare drops from doing mining. The only way to obtain them. You can in theory turn those in for tokens, but if you're trying to be stingy, 8 tokens for 16 of those probably isn't worth it in the long run, because you need so many of those gemstones to actually level up your gem crafting. Probably don't want to turn them in if you want to be a little stingy about it, but it's that simple. In 17 minutes, when I turn this in, I can show you one more time the NPC like turn-in. I already did mine for the day, but like I said, that's if you want to stay free to play, or if you want to supplement and spend less money, right? Just do your token turn-ins. Like I said, you can buy the materials from other players, but it does get expensive. So unless you're doing a lot of combat grinding or you're running a bunch of caravans, you're gonna spend like probably 10 to 20 million on token turn-ins. every day, depending on the validity, the volatility of the items that day, because the market prices fluctuate so hard. Like one day sharks might be 5K, the next day they might be a million. Like they just boom explode in price out of nowhere. And you're like, well, could have bought them yesterday. So I like to over farm things in certain situations, right? So I'll go out and I'll farm 1,000 adamantium and I'll put it in the bank, and I'll farm 1,000 coal and I'll put it in the bank, and I'll farm 1,000 iron and I'll put it in the bank because you can hold stacks of 1,000. And then I'll go out and I'll farm like 500 of each like hunting material, and I'll put them in the bank. So I'll farm like 500 rabbit hides, 500 squirrels and penguins. FYI, just so you don't have to look for them yourself, if you're looking for a fucking penguin, there's only one spot they spawn, and it's right here. So if you're looking at the map, you're here, right? So if you follow this, go around the snowy area, go around this little like inlet area, and it's right here. You won't see it until you get up here, but it's right here. So it's all grayed out. You're looking for like, it's to the left of this little penis. Right here. This is the only place that you can find them currently. The only fucking place. Because the only other place they spawn is up here in the frozen area, and that place is locked. I spent a month looking for these things, and it is the only spot in the entire map that they spawn. Fuck those things. Just an FYI. And if you run across hippos, hippos are pretty much in any body of water east of this mountain, pretty much. So, pretty sure. Okay, maybe more east. So maybe east of this guy. But there are some. Actually, there's some here. There's some. I think there's some in here. Yeah, there's some in here. I like this spot. This spot right here is really good. You teleport to this town, you run south, and there's a bunch of things here. RageUMad is probably like my favorite cities because it has squirrels, turtles, deers, wolves, frogs, crocodiles, got rattlesnakes, zebra, and hyenas all next to each other. And then there's peacocks to the north. There's so many mobs right here. The only thing it's missing is the hippos, which are up here. It's missing some rhinos. And then it's missing the black mambas and ostrich, which are technically, here's RageUMad, are right up here. They're just a little northeast of them, and they're both right here, right next to this fast travel. So you got black mambas here, and you got ostrich here, and then there's wild boars along all the roads, basically. And there's technically bear up here, but I wouldn't farm bear up here. Bear is really annoying. But anyway, I farm like 500 of each, so I don't have to go out and farm it every single day. Because I farm it every day when I'm streaming, but when I'm off stream, I use my banked stuff. You're about to fall asleep? Sounds good. Hey, I have a tendency to put people to sleep. But I appreciate you, man. Woman, person, thing. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, we'll be around tomorrow. I do have a Discord. I do have a VODs channel. If you have any questions, it doesn't have to be about this game. It can be about any game. Don't feel like if you don't like the game, you don't like the game. If you like the game, you like the game. If you come back and I'm playing something else and you have questions about it, feel free to ask. If I'm playing this game and you want to know about another game, feel free to ask. Yo, put me to sleep. I know. I keep you awake. But anyway, I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for helping us out. Thanks for giving me somebody to talk to and keep me awake until the end of my stream. Because I would have gotten off 2 hours ago if you didn't come in. I was tired and I was bored. But I appreciate you. Like I said, guys, I'm going to get out of here now. We'll be back on tomorrow. If you guys haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing is don't be a dick. If you ever have a gaming question, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me. I'm usually around as long as I'm not sleeping. And if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me, give it a little click, go give it a look. If you wouldn't mind giving me a little bit of support over there, I'd appreciate it. If you ever missed a stream, want to rewatch a stream, or catch something you might have missed, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate you all a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bozzy, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Hope it all helped. Talk to you guys later. See you tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. Thank you. See ya.